tell you about what Nigeria I'm asking you. This is the one Nigeria of Phoebe Joshua. This is the one Nigeria for Deboye. This is the one Nigeria of all these criminal pastors. This is one Nigeria for you. We are DSS on one hand is abducting people in the south, and in the north they are giving passageway to terrorists. Oh my goodness me. They said they're coming to Olo to come and do shoot at sight in Olo. And I said, hallelujah. Hallelujah, bring it on. Come to Olo and do shoot at sight and go free. Come and do it now, let us see. Come and do shoot at sight. I am praying for it. Come and do shoot at sight. Come and do shoot at sight. I said to you before, you don't understand how mad we are about Biafra. I will sacrifice anything for Biafra. Are you prepared to do something for Nigeria? Will you do the same for Nigeria? I'm asking you. Will you do the same for Nigeria? I'm asking you. Will you do the same for the Zoological Republic? Anything you want, we give to you. Come and do your shoot at sight. Come now, we are waiting. Come and do it in Olo. Then you will see hell. You have seen nothing yet. What you're seeing now, you're complaining. You are about to see more. Since one of them prefers to do shoot at sight, I am asking Biafrans tonight to prepare for all-out war. Because if they carry out this very threat, every APC person in the East will go down. If you're in APC, I don't care. If you're Igbo, you're Yoruba, I don't care where you come from. If you're in the East, you will go down. Let them carry this shit aside. Let them carry it out. Every APC politician will die. I assure you of that. Then you know how insane we are. Come and carry it out now. Let us see you. Let us see you. There are useless, idiotic people. Useless, idiotic people. Anybody who supports one Nigeria is your enemy. Is your enemy. They are gaining something from you. They don't want you to be free. That person is your enemy. And you must fight the very person with the last thing that you have in your possession. If Fulani, they think they are stubborn. You went to APSU to go and take students. You think you are stubborn. We know where you took them to. I gave you 48 hours, within 24 you released them. I know you should hold on to them now. Hold on to them, you will see what will happen to you. If you are in the army or police, leave Biafra land. Burn your uniform. Burn it. Burn your uniform because, anyway, let me not go too far. Let me not go too far. In Kanu State, in your so-called one Nigeria, they have banned dancing during wedding. You can no longer, there are dances that are considered immoral in Kanu State. And that is where you claim you're in this. Let me bring this program to a close. But I want to respond to what Mrs. Tambuwal of River State said. I understand he is always under the influence of drugs. So I will try to take my time to explain things to him, but maybe not tonight. Maybe not tonight. I will dissect it in 2 days' time. Today is Sunday. On Tuesday night, I will dissect this for him. I want to let Mrs. Tambuwal understand. He said rivers can succumb to secessionist agenda. Rivers cannot. How will ocean succumb? Or stream? Or mountain? Or valley? If river cannot succumb to secession, maybe ocean will. Atlantic Ocean will. So-called educated people. Rivers cannot succumb to secessionists. What is rivers? You were created to spite Biafra. Core states, Cross River, Ogoja, rivers, created by Gowon to divide Biafra. You fool, you bought into it, hook, line, and sinker, because you are trained with abandoned property money. You're a thief. Your family are rogues. You people benefited from abandoned property. That is why you're talking this nonsense about rivers. Maybe we should talk, next time we'll talk about the ocean. Mad people. You're from Benin. You went to Benin, they rejected you. They told you you're not from Benin. Is that not the case? If people from Unkore are no longer Igbos, they are from Benin. Shameless idiots like you. You have no brain. You snort cocaine and you drink Hennessy. A fellow man, idiot, After you be talking like somebody who is been in a village Biafra for the past 2 weeks. Rivers people. What's the meaning of rivers? What is the meaning of rivers? You idiot, I'm asking you. What's the meaning of rivers? These are the so-called lawyers you have in the zoo. No wonder there is no judiciary in the zoo with idiots like you everywhere. They are lunatics all over the place. You're from Benin. Benin rejected you. You are rivers. We rivers. How about we ocean? Oh, Chineke, but I'll look into your case in greater detail next time. I will tell you about Ikore men who are proud to be Igbo people. Because you're a complete fool and an idiot. During referendum, you only have 1 vote. Wike, you only have 1 vote. Because you are in government house. All of a sudden, you are rivers. Very soon, you'll be ocean. Let me very quickly, because what I wanted to preach tonight is just too many. But I want to let our people understand this, that the media blackmail against IPOB has increased recently. If you go to Google now and you type in Nnamdi Kanu, believe you me, all you see are news from BBC. And you know that BBC are neo-colonialists. You know that BBC, even including BBC, they are working for slave masters in Britain. You must understand that. I was very, very disheartened that even Amnesty International have been bought over by the zoo as well. Because they have limitless cash. They can buy up anybody. They have bought over Google. They have also bought over Amnesty International in Nigeria, who are now carrying unverified news by people that want to sustain this zoological republic. Daily Trust, Punch newspaper, and all the rest of them, even Amnesty International, no investigation done, and Amnesty is carrying such rubbish on their Twitter handle. A whole amnesty. Because anything that comes to Nigeria is corrupt, isn't it? If you are not corrupt when you come, Nigeria will corrupt you. And I'm sad to say that Amnesty International in Nigeria, they have now been compromised fully. They have now been bought over by the zoo. All the years of threat has paid off. They have now been compromised. Our media must wake up and do the needful. There must be daily rebuttals to checkmate what all these evil people are doing against us. They can never prevail. We have always defeated the zoo. In this very battle, we are also going to defeat them. We are going to defeat them. I have a few special announcements to make tonight, and I want to make it very, very clear. You know, when people are in IPOB, they think they've arrived. You know, everybody must stick to their lane, please. I don't want anybody from the US to participate in our rapid response or medical call anymore, because there was a serious breach of security. I want everybody to stay in their lane and not to cross over to jobs I have not allocated to them. Nobody from the USA will participate in our rapid response group or in our medical call. Dr. Onyise is hereby suspended from IPOB with immediate effect. Anybody who deals with him will be expelled from the movement. Dr. Onyise is suspended from IPOB with immediate effect. We are losing men on the ground because some people in the USA and Europe are meddling with the command structure of our volunteers on the ground. People from abroad are calling commanders, calling them and sending them chicken change, trying to alter our command structure on the ground. That is why Dr. Onyise says remove with immediate effect. Any idiot who calls any of our commanders again, I don't care who you are, I'll remove you live on air. Kanabafori, then you know I'm not joking. All you can do is to go and gossip for 6 months, and after that, you'll be history, as the rest were before you. ESN is out of bounds for everybody, I mean everybody. I command that very army. Nobody should interfere. I mean, no idiot should. Anybody that contacts ESN operatives on the ground, I will dismiss you live here on air. I'm not joking. Remember what I told you when we started this journey many years ago? They will kill us, we will kill them, and in the end, Biafra will come. They have killed us many years ago. Now they are going to die. And then after that, Biafra will come. I told you this in 2014. And it's happening before our eyes this very day. As always, remember that we have no other religion other than Biafra. Biafra is our religion. And here on radio, Biafra is where we worship. Because Elohim, is our God. with all the love in my heart, believe it or not, with all the love in my heart, from me, from here, good evening.
We are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it. by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Ambazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife, no rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. the Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations, a Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I've said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
My people, listen. I am that I am. I will bless whoever blessed you, and I will curse whoever cursed you. War against the kingdom of darkness that stands against God's people of Biafra. The more you try to stop us in this united movement, the more we unite with more great people, and more real brave people keep multiplying up. Revolutionary blast the Babylonians, for the Biafrans came from Israelite. Tell us how Addis Ababa came from. Destroy the invention. Make sure you destroy every being that stand as destruction obstruction. Damn the demon incarnate hiding under the umbrella of American and British world power. The blasphemous. Babylonians surprised how we survived the strike of 1967. Bomb bullet the project. It's hardcore Biafran striving for heaven with psychological object. You can't stop the revolutionary strive. The media life from generation to generation just to fly. But we bring you down with the Biafran necktie. Testify, bonify, 45 Biafran rose with the dues to blow. We've beyond perspective point, consuming so many history books. As the years took for us to trace the truth to the roots, they used to roost the home of the brave. Cause we were blinded with white men lies they imposed on our region. We were civilized with the Jewish religion before the white men disease came to Black Gold Kingdom. With their demons they chain our freedom. We took fortitude for all the pains we passed through. The era of slavery to date bondage. General Dumegu Dike Ojukwu, greatest in charge of all time, retired but never get tired of the struggle he took. Prophet Nnamdi is anointed with the struggle. More nothing to lose. Let the era of IPO be burned till they're all gone to see them no more. Back in the days when I was blind like you, struggling for better days hope. Used to hide from cops to smoke in the cemetery. With my infantry friend dying in conspiracy insurgency. Now time is necessary to pray with my brethren in the territory. For the nation of Biafra must be restored. For our enemies don't deserve the love. For so many scores execute raw. The only language Ishmael lineage understood is shedding of blood. Soon the angels saw we descend on Babylonia. And the arena of bastard saboteurs trying to be heroes. But they're going down zeros. IPO became with unused skills, broke the code on the globe like virus on control. You don't even know. We spoke and poke at you all. Indigenous people already say no to ethanol and tobacco. White men blood. Our soul have reconciled with our God for the Biafran exodus. For IPOB don't go for illegal money. When their brothers' eye closed like those hanging out late night like ghosts with useless hope, waiting for brown envelope to kiss your brother's souls. Like when the Biafran fighting Cold War. White Britain shipping Biafran black gold. Ohanese Ndi, but mine is dynamic. You will never know who love you the most. And that's why many made wrong choice when presenting them roles. We are untouchable, unstoppable, unseparable folks. We must cross to our promised land of blessing and riches. You can die, rest in pieces, you snitches. Saved by the indigenous witches, for we got a key. Time has come that the land soil will reject you all and your dead bodies. We believe on nobody but Tetragrammaton. For this is the end of Islamic Zoological Republic of Nigeria. It's become the throne of demons since the amalgamation. All the families have soldiered up on the Papa Green land, on Black Boot and Tools. Don't use skills, soldier up, ever ready to go. For they've wake up dead people from sleep of no return till we get it done. Like a revenge of America of September 11, when God of Israel had a departed soul petition from heaven. So shall he digest it through the hardcore Biafran squad.
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. No good, calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. No good, calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
We suffer multicultural slavery, full ownership to the new world. Britain came in, the game changed, more horrible. Introducing Biafra to ethanol, alcohol, damaged body system, and tobacco, nicotine causing cancer. Biafra nation was established by Lord Afra, 8500 BC. And Britain came in, destroy our ecosystem king. Lord Lugard for kill our fathers to amalgamate us with Nigeria contraction to be Muslim since 1914. 1929, killing of about women riot. For so long they have been killing Biafrans till date. Britain brought MSTs to deceive. All they done for us don't to trace our origin back. They don't give a fuck about our hurt, rather value Biafran words. Don't bomb babies were beheaded, lynched in the street, set ablaze in their homes. Children taken from school and executed with impunity. And guests were taken from their schools to leprosy. And other people with other diseases keep raping them. Beheaded pregnant women were chipped to death, and their unborn babies taken out of their stomach and killed as well. Men and children of all ages were thrown into the well of less bread, steady screaming, crying for help, but the rest of the world act deaf. The Britain and Nigerian government fill up dead to 40 food with heavy stones. Some were forced to eat fishes and drink urine with no hope. They bombed civilians in the hospitals, markets, churches, and at their homes. Biafra homeland became a arena of skulls and bones. The ever worst war crime in the whole world after the Jewish Holocaust. Still the blood wasn't enough for the police warmongers. British sent troops with warplane mortars, grenades, executing innocent blood of Ayakorom in brutal council. Currently 4 weeks Buhari inaugurated. He used helicopter and napalm bomb Akwa Ibom coast using AK-47 war gun shooting Calabar people in the night. All Nigerian armed forces execute IPOB in Aba, in Oiwacha, in Onitsha, main bridge in Bo. Abakaliki, Doman land never be exceptional. They rouse and execute many communities in Enugu. 30th May Memorial Day of Fallen Heroes. Turn bloody. They broke into the churches with no respect to God. Start arresting, executing people, raping Biafra women. Using Boko Haram trained by Saudi Arabia among their 84 terrorist group. And America did nothing at all. So many unforgiven sin till thy kingdom come. We will never forget this till thy kingdom come. For the properties the seized, giving us 20 pounds. After warfare, for the welfare of our world, they ripped in pieces. Sending us to open new market in the forest with 20 pounds. Now you call it Alaba International Market. An updated Britain who were past and present against Biafra seceding. Now fought and gotten India succeed from European Union. Americans said who support freedom of speech only on the lips to black people. Biafran came looking for freedom. We realized American Britain kingdom are ruled by incarnates of demons. No surprise American give the logic to those behind the scopic who make the mechanic plot execution of scores of 967 unique people. I know many won't understand it, like magic from aquatic. Take and listen to one of my speech brethren, or make it so very stop corporate news lying to you and your children. Do you ever thought how Islam came into existence? Do you ever thought how Islam came into the place you are living? Do your memory ever connect you how your grandfather's religion was raised? They execute many black scholars before imposing Islam into African region. Out of fear, many souls were submissive to Islam religion. So many souls Muslim rule. Got people real fool about the inferior system Islam religion. Is ever lied told before that Islam is a peaceful religion? This is a paradox they used to cripple Turkey and to see Africa as a land of monkey to mockery. My papa told me Biafran story, so shall I tell my own bunkies about the worry. Watching Biafra documentary issue, reminiscing tears as the years took ever gone. It's over if you don't believe worship a tetragrammaton. You don't deserve to sleep with Biafra Kakadonis. For the Biafran till we're gone. Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. You know good calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. You know good calling on the global world.
Make way for Biafra.
I know I can't speak like you all, but you all understand me well. For the black people hemisphere, you talk in the red, and you sleep comfortable on bed. Soon the reward of death will visit you all from hell. For the petition of people you sent to the grave, have answered by God of the braves. Caught you all of a worry bird memory of imperialism, slaverism, colonialism, religion, terrorism. Ever since the end of Biafran defense war, agreement was made, no victor, no vanquish. Promises was made for Nigerians to build infrastructure and rehabilitation for Biafrans. But when Biafran came for late redemption, Nigerian government gone. This picture is never wrong. They don't want us to live on. They thought all the hard cores are dead gone, but they get it wrong. Nnamdi Kanu overthrown the white and black man dragon with 50 million resurrected hardcore Biafrans with machine guns. Testify ready to die even to keep the bullet fly. For we have born, raised in the bomb era, condemned by the Catholic Church. We understood the mystery behind such, but to rather unite IPOB meant much for our souls, sold not for gold. For so long constantly searching for knowledge from a distance. Instantly wisdom was there before civilization came into existence. You can reason up the circumstance why Biafran from ages always stand famed for resistance. Through our system of transistence persistence. Even though most of us locked up in the cage like Roman Empire details before technology came to mankind knowledge. The Roman Empire under Illuminati one goal, stole God religion and painted it illusional. Made people wallowing in the bloody satanic ocean of fire. So much unwaste damages to date. Nobody give a fuck about protecting my race. So I hold on with AK on the revolution face to bring down the disgrace. For we gone to school to be nobody's slave. They want us to keep it living in dark life. Look around, poor healthcare, no warfare, always warfare against us and hemisphere. What unfair, people get disappeared, and the mouthpiece of the sea are living in fear. The rest acting deaf ear on our bloody tears. And politicians dress us each time they execute our blood with euphemism speech. They have sunk our organic hemisphere with the human blood and destroy our aquatic species with chemicals entitled with aftermath of getting cancer. And our chieftains and elders are blind, telling us to listen to the saga. Conspiracy going on and laid by the inventories. They infiltrate for us to go for war instantly, with none of the children serving in infantry. Religious war is the reason primarily. African territory has become cemetery for terrorism. We are Muslims executing innocent Christians and Jewish mercilessly. And American power did nothing to Saudi Arabia of sponsoring and supporting 84 terrorist group in the era of 21st century. Police action in Russia for Western power to get easy access to all and beyond former USSR geographical territory under their control watch. But we bring the truth out to our people who are still blind of the search, like during the expository essay of the Holocaust of the Jewish. And if you stand in my way of getting freedom through my tools, will blast you so hard it will get next bastard. Beautify next to you trying to screw. And I salute on my loyal black boot to my Biafra revolution crew, standing with my symbolic flag. We Biafra build America. Now people who doesn't know how the basic foundation of United States of America, they migrated from different parts of universal base, enjoying our labor and our sweat faces. And origin people who build Americans still suffering today. Only option left for us is death. But I promise my Biafran pillars to deliver no shiver till they stop calling us niggas. Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. You know good, calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. You know good, calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
Biafra struggle can never be unrewarded struggle. Remember, after rain, there comes sunshine. I remember for every dark night, there is a bright day after that. So it's afternoon now, but I say good morning to my Biafrans. The sun has risen and shining where there is no light, and that's the symbolic meaning of the sun appearance in the Biafran flag. Do remember, danger is real, but fear is the choice. But don't be victim of kingdom that will never last your freedom. We receive Western education just to know the basics. No mortal can change the past, and no mortal can make the future. You are just an instrument to be used by the Universal King. Remember, just like you have the power to manufacture and control minimum and maximum seconds under your wristwatch. There is someone above your origin, creates and has dominion over you, and your strange functional and sectional object you made. So life never comes by chance, it goes to you, a taste. So remain resolute, because when comes confusion, reality becomes illusion. Letter to my Biafrans. The best African revolution ever strategized is the Biafran one of the world top first-class revolution ever exemplified in the history of mankind, ever known to extend the man. Politics and corruption on the hip-hop industry silent my speech, but Biafra brought back my voice to strike and project on the psychological object. So why trying to blame us? So many lies was told to our brothers and sisters that were sold out to slavery. But I'm here to delegate the truth at the time. We did not land on the white man Plymouth land, but white men landed on black people Plymouth land. So what I'm saying is, we're on our own when the white man disease came into our existence, ruined so many souls of the black people. But Biafrans are here one more time to restore the real nomenclature of the real mechanism or framework of the true worship of Yahweh, Chukwokika Abiyama. On this revolution project, with no mind to accept evolution anymore. This is not voluntary, but it's mandatory only if you realize who you are and what you are as a human being. I think no need to tell the rest of the world that we are blessed with the best. So I have sacrificed my life, Biafra or dead. Biafra! Worldwide! style. Fuck all y'all. It's time to go home, brothers and sisters. Biafra Kakadoni signing out.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, lovers of freedom, our Oduduwa brethren, even those from the Middle Belt who have now risen up to seek their self-determination. I welcome each and every one of you to this very special, very, very special broadcast on this very day, Sunday, the 16th of May in the year of the Most High Elohim, 2021. The time now is exactly 4 minutes past 7 p.m. in the land of Biafra. If you look at your timepiece, it is exactly 4 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. We are live and we are direct, and the whole world is listening. And Chukwu Kikabiama in heaven is bearing us witness, because we have come to preach the gospel that only Him mandated must be preached to the sons of men. As always, since I am welcoming you, please welcome other people as well, because there will not be a repeat of this type of broadcast ever again. It is only one in a million. Everybody must endeavor to listen very, very attentively. If you don't have your pen and your paper with you, I will even excuse you to try and get them. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all of you who are listening, regardless of where you're domiciled. And as always, we are multicasting this very broadcast on a whole host of platforms. We are on Instagram. We are on Facebook, believe it or not. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Some people don't believe it's mine, but it is. If you go there, you will be able to listen. Not on the page, because Facebook will allow me to broadcast or stream this very content live on my Facebook page. If you go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, some of you know it. It is real, it is mine. If you go there, you should be able to listen. It is not a fan page, it's just an ordinary profile, an ordinary page. If you go there, you should be able to listen to us. This very evening, we are on app. IPOB Community Radio, we are on Radio Biafra app. We are, if you want to listen to us, you should and must be able to listen to us, as long as you are in possession of an internet-enabled device. We are on satellite, we are on FM. Basically, we are everywhere. And I can assure you that the whole world is listening this evening, as they always do. And we are going to pray very, very shortly. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, all over this very planet Earth, the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of Almighty Creator in heaven, Chukwu Kikabiama Pumi Henin Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, I will now and forever remain a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. A very special race, a very special breed, the children of the Most High, the sons of light, the daughters of enlightenment. I welcome each and every one of you. I'm going to pray very, very briefly, that we may commence what we have in store for you this evening. It will take us about 2 hours, or roughly 2 hours and a few minutes, give or take, either side, to bring to you what we have for you this very evening. Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile, Anyị kwere gị nkwa sị na nke ọjọọ mee anyị kelee gị, nke ọma mee anyị kelee gị. Na ndụ ndị a niile ejiwe na-achụrụ gị àjà onye nwe m, n'oge erule mgbe ị ga-emejupụta nkwa nke i kwere ndị gị. N'oge ahụ bụ ugbu a, n'ihi na ị gbara anyị aka ama oge gara aga, tupu ụmụ mmadụ wee si n'isi ha nọ wee hụ ụzọ, tupu ndị nọrọ ụra wee kunie iziri anyị ozi na mmụọ si anyị na oge ga-abịa mgbe ndị Fulani ga-abata ala nsọ gị, na ha ga-ememili ụmụ mmadụ, na ha ga-egbu ndị mmadụ. Wee na-ebe akwa wee na-eti mkpu n'ime nrọ mgbe m na-akpọku aha nsọ gị, nsị gị onye dị nsọ ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi, bụ gịnị ka anyị ga-eme? Ụmụ okwu nke gwara m nke m ziri ndị dị ndụ nna nke bere dị ngọzi, sị m na ha ga-egbu anyị, anyị onwe anyị ga-egbukwa ha n'ikpeta m azụ, na anyị ga-enwe nwere onwe. Ọ bụ ihe anyị na-arịọ gị eze ebube dị ngọzi, n'ihi na anyị agaghị ahapụ gị wee fee arụsị ma ọ bụ fee nghọta nke mmadụ dị ndụ. Ọ bụ ya mere anyị n'ala nsọ gị eze ebube dị ngọzi ka anyị nwe arọ Chukwu ndị nsọ. Ọ bụ na ala nsọ gị ka enwe ndị a na-akpọ ụmụ Chukwu. Ọ bụ na ala nsọ gị ka enwe ndị a na-akpọ ụmụ ala igwe, the children of the kingdom of heaven in Enugu State. Enwe ebe a na-akpọ ụmụ ala igwe, the children of the kingdom of heaven, a name that came before white people even brought their Bible to us. We answer ụmụ Chukwu, we answer Obasi, we answer Tamuno. These are your names, but these are also the names that we bear to say that the time has come for you to come down from heaven, that thy will upon the lives of your children may be done in our lifetime. And that time has come, and it is Biafra. Because you told me that they will invade our land, and that invasion has commenced. They have come, as you promised me. So in the coming weeks and months, men and women are going to die. But after that, Biafra shall be restored. We want to be alive in the land of the living to give your name praise, adoration, adulation, exaltation, and glory. Because Biafra is yours. Now and forevermore we pray. He said. Very many years ago I told you something that has come to light this very day. That in time to come, that the Janjaweed will come into our land. And they have come. The funniest thing is that they did not just come into our land, they're also in Yoruba land as we speak. And I'm sure that the revelations I have to make this evening, the zoo will be astonished. I'm even sure that the British intelligence services do not have what we have in our possession this very evening. And I'm sure that the Fulani Janjaweed who are in control of Abubakar Yusuf Muhammad, the idiot from Niger Republic wearing Buhari mask, do not even know what I'm talking about. But this evening the zoo will be shocked to understand that there is nothing they do, there is no move they make that we are not aware of. But first of all, I'm going to start with an article that I saw in one of the online newspapers in the zoo. It's from Sahara Reporters. And I was absolutely astonished when I saw it, because I didn't quite believe that they were capable of publishing such a material. We are living in very strange times, I can assure you. I never believed that they are capable of publishing this, but I'm going to read it for you by way of a preamble to build the foundation upon which our discourse this evening is going to rest. That is why I said I'm going to speak very slowly, so that you can understand every single word, every single syllable that I pronounce, because this very broadcast will not be like any other, I assure you. Your pen and paper must be very close to you. And I want you to understand that as soon as we finish this very program, I want it to be put on MP3 and distributed all over the world as you normally do. I want it on SoundCloud. I want this very program this evening to go far and wide. This could be your morning or your afternoon, but from where I am, it is evening. So you must allow me or excuse me when I make reference to the time that we are in, which is evening, here that I am at this precise moment. This article, the headline is "Stop Calling Eastern Security Network a Terrorist Group" by Adebayo Raphael, published by Sahara Reporters. And I'm going to read it, please, if you bear with me. The Nigeria that Buhari desperately desires is one in which all Nigerians practice fatalism. The day we all become fatalists in the face of the mighty oppression and injustice happening under Buhari's regime is the day we stop being free. In other words, there is an acknowledgement by this very writer that we are living under a regime of terror and bondage. The only mistake he made was to refer to it as a Buhari regime. It is not. It is an organized Fulani banditry regime. Fulani Caliphate is in charge of everybody right now in the zoo as we speak. But what troubles me is that they have managed to get into the minds of the people. Not into the minds of IPOB, of course. Heaven forbid. They have now managed to get into the minds of the people. And that is why they are able to wreak havoc. And I want everybody, those of you from the Middle Belt, those of you from the South, those of you who are still in support of one Nigeria, I want you to understand what is to come. As a result of your foolishness and your stupidity, you are handing over your land to Fulani people, and I'm going to prove it to you this very evening. This very brilliant writer, Adebayo Rafe, went on to say that the news mediums reporting ESN as a terrorist group are doing a great disservice to the Nigerian people. Do you understand this very clearly? There are some media houses, some newspapers and all the rest of them trying as much as they can, of course, with very limited success to tag Eastern Security Network a terrorist group. And why are they trying to do that? Why do you think they want to tag ESN a terrorist group? Not Fulani bandits, no, not Miet Yala, not at all. Not those killing, raping, pillaging, and sacking towns and villages. Not at all. Not those that have renamed some villages in Benue State into Fulani names. No, they're not terrorists. It is ESN. Why? Ask yourself that simple question. Because Eastern Security Network is on record as being the only people to drive away Miet Yala from any state in the entire Nigeria. We drove Miet Yala away from Ebonyi State after 4 years of war. 4 good years of war. They ran away from Ebonyi State. That is why they have now gone to go and bring in their big guns, their big brothers. But we're going to face them and we shall defeat them. Miet Yala was in Ebonyi State as a fully fledged, functioning, Fulani-sponsored terror group. Even your so-called presidency said in the public that they are legitimate stakeholders in the government. In other words, what is happening in Nigeria today is an organized Fulani banditry. But some of you in the South are too stupid. You are too useless. You are too hopeless. You are too idiotic to see what Fulanis are doing to you. But it's going to happen. Because before I came on air this evening, I had confirmation that they are now in Lagos. That was what they were trying to cleverly disguise as IPOB attack on Lagos. I want to let you understand. If I tell the terror group in Lagos, you will marvel. But we know we have their intel, and I'm going to give it to you this evening as we proceed. They are trying to get you to tag ESN a terrorist group. Why? Because we defeated Miet Yala in the East. We rendered them useless. It was because of the work that Eastern Security did in the past, is doing now, and will continue to do. That is the reason why the Southern governors came together in Asaba only last week to announce a ban on open grazing, to try for the very first time in their lives to confront head-on this Fulani Islamic hegemony. As a result of the bravery and sacrifice of Eastern Security Network men and women. Without ESN, by now, all of you would have been, it would have been over for all of you. By now, without this IPOB, all of you would have been gone. You see, I told you before that there is a method to our madness. We proceed very, very gingerly and cautiously, trying to take our people with us every step of the way, but above all, their understanding of the very perilous times that we're living in. These are the things you must calm down to educate yourself, because sometimes our people are always in a hurry. They're always in a hurry. In the process, they fail to factor in every variable. that will enable them, or that should enable them, to understand the tactics of the enemy. Most of you don't understand the way the Fulanis operate, but we do. That is why we have been able to predict every of their move. This very person is telling us that anybody saying that ESN is a terrorist group wants you to become weak, wants you to become the oppressed inside Nigeria. What IPOB is doing is to defy oppression, is to confront evil face to face. We have paid very dearly for it, and we are still paying for it. But the sacrifices we are making is to ensure that the generations to come after us cannot endure this level of oppression, this level of humiliation. Now listen to me very carefully. What the Fulanis are doing, according to this writer, Adebayo Raphael, by attempting to tag ESN a terrorist group, is to tell every Nigerian that you can never be free. That freedom means being targeted and killed by the Nigerian state. He went on to say, but I reject that. We cannot be free and not be free. In other words, if you decide to cage the people, they must rise up one day to agitate. He went on to remind us very, very simply that on 30th of May 2016, about 1,000 women, men, and children were peacefully marching to commemorate the killing of roughly, he said 2 million, of course, it's not 2 million, it's 5 million Biafrans that were killed between 1967 and 1970 by the Nigerian state and their British allies. They were on the receiving end of a very terrible, inhumane terrorist blitzkrieg, that was what they called it, by the Nigerian security forces under the malefic orders of Buhari at that time when he was still alive. On that very day, a report by which all of you have, all forgotten, of course. A report by Amnesty International confirmed that no less than 150 peaceful Biafran commemorators were shot and killed. At least 70 of them injured as a result of attacks over 2 days by Nigerian army and police. All of you have all forgotten because you are black people. He went on to enumerate that this series of massacre of IPOB people were intended to put fear into us. They were intended to make us bow before the Fulani Caliphate, so that others may become amenable to the rule of the Janjaweed. But because IPOB stood strong despite all the things that we went through, that is the reason why people, especially from the south and to an extent from the north, from the middle belt, are now beginning to rise up to say that enough is enough due to all those sacrifices. My father went into it as well and was sacrificed. So was my mother. My men died defending me in my house. This very article went on to enumerate in great detail every illegal activity brought upon the people of Biafra by the Nigerian state that some of you seem to have forgotten. He went on to say that no Nigerians signed a contract of human rights violations and enforced disappearances. They are kidnapping people today, selling their parts to the Chinese. In other words, if you go to China now and you order penis wonton soup, you will see the penis of young men from Biafra land in your bowl of wonton soup in China. Right now as we speak, the kidnapping, the disappearances are going on, nobody's talking. Any day we react to it, all of you fools from the south and to an extent from the middle belt will be shouting and writing your usual rubbish. Now that extrajudicial disappearances and enforced killings are going on, now, right now, in our land, nobody's talking. The day we react, all of you will start jumping up and down. And I will come to the brain of the black man later on, because I have something in store for you this evening, at least to help clear up all those cobwebs that makes you, or should I say, predisposed to stupidity and mind control by people you should be controlling instead. The Fulanis have come to take over our land, And we have said to them that they're not going to do it. We are not going to allow them to do it. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. And the sooner they understand this, the better for everybody. Because one thing that the Janjaweed must bear in mind is this, is that this very generation of IPOB, we're not going to allow it. And I want, you can call me a terrorist, you can write all the junk you like. I want, you see, the Fulanis are very clever. Before they came, they used to rely on Yoruba media houses to do the dirty work for them. But as the Yoruba media houses were doing the dirty work for them, and of course some Igbo media houses as well, like Sun newspaper, they went back and created their own. Some of you didn't know there was a newspaper called the New Nigerian Newspaper in those days, trying to trumpet the position of the North, or should I say the Arewa core Sharia North. Today they have the Daily Trust and they have Premium Times doing a very beautiful job for them. Their job is to assuage you. They are the ones that will come and inflict injury and pain on you. They are the ones telling you, oh, don't worry, it will be better, you will get healed. They will never tell you that the person beating you will ever stop beating you. No, they will tell you, oh, don't worry, it's not only pain. After a while, you get over it. I want the likes of Joseph Carlo, all these Fulefus to understand what I'm saying this evening. You people have placed our lives in danger. Because of you, that is why all these killings are going on all over the place by the Fulani. Because of you, those of them in the West like Tinubu, Obasanjo, and all the rest of the fools over there. Because of you, that is why this evening, as I'm right here on air preaching, Yoruba people are paying ransom to go to their farms to go and farm in Yoruba land. The media will not report it. The same way they will not report how many soldiers they have lost so far. That is their new game plan. But in Biafra land, they will keep dying. That I assure them. Kidnap all you like. Intimidate all you like. Oppress all you like. But let me tell you something you don't quite understand. We are involved in a nationalist pursuit. We are pursuing the freedom of our land. And it can never stop. I want Fulani to understand this very clearly. Understand it very, very clearly. We are not going to stop. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. If you have come to our land to kill us, you are going to die there. That I can assure you. I am not perturbed by the tag of terrorism, by the tag of you're proscribed, the proscribed, outlawed IPOB, a human being in Nigeria who is suffering, a journalist who is suffering, a media house that understands the pain, the suffering, the anguish, the torments that the people are going through every day is writing this junk on a daily basis. And the Fulani Janjaweed they're all going to find you. They will find you. Do you know that people are being kidnapped in Aba by the Nigerian army sent to Sokoto? They are now demanding ransom. A man paid 6 million naira only 4 days ago to have the wife, his second wife, released to him that was taken to Sokoto. Are you sure you people don't actually understand what is happening around you? We are in a state of war. They've not declared it, but we are in a state of war. Nelson Mandela was called a terrorist. Yes, Nelson Mandela. Go and do your research because everything I tell you is gospel. Nelson Mandela was tagged a terrorist. Oliver Cromwell, that brought a semblance of the rule of the people. The reason why in England you have the House of Commons today, that the power resides with a commoner, a prime minister, like Boris Johnson, is because of Oliver Cromwell. Are you listening to me very carefully? The reason why the House of Common People in England is the strongest house you have, not the House of Lords. They are the ones that make the laws. The reason why in England today, somebody who is not either a landed gentry or somebody who is not from the royal family or somebody who is not titled, like an earl, a lord, a viscount, is not the prime minister, is because of a man called Oliver Cromwell, an Englishman. He too was called a terrorist. So too was George Washington. During America's War of Independence, George Washington, this America that every ant wants to go to, this same United States of America that everybody will die to go and live in, is called the land of the free. Or should I say the land of the brave and the free. The man that made it possible is George Washington. The British called him a terrorist. I'm saying all of these things tonight so that if you're called a terrorist because you're an IPOB, because you fund ESN, it is a badge of honor. After following what I'm reading out to you tonight, you will understand it. Who are we compared to Nelson Mandela? Of course, we are nobody. That he was called a terrorist. It didn't stop him. It did not stop the armed wing of ANC, come towards his way, from doing their job to make sure that apartheid collapses. Apartheid, where South Africa abducted, anything abductable, they abducted, they killed, they massacred. At the end of the day, the will of the people prevailed. Our people should not despair. We are going through a very difficult time, aided and abetted by the likes of the Sarikin Fulani of Imo, Hope, Zodema, the likes of Ojus or Carlo. I'm sure by now that Rochas have repented. He has asked me, in fact, his eyes are now open. All the Fulefus talking about one Nigeria is now very clear to all of you that the Fulanis do not mean well. Not for us who are fighting them, neither for you who are their slaves. If Nelson Mandela can be called a terrorist, who am I? Oliver Cromwell was a terrorist. George Washington was a terrorist. Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe was a terrorist. Even, let me shock you, all of you now. Some of you may have heard about a man called Dr. Azikiwe. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe is his name. I had to add Nnamdi to his name because he doesn't behave like one. Do you know that Dr. Azikiwe was called a terrorist and exiled to Ghana? Are you aware of that? Do you know who called him a terrorist? The same Britain, United Kingdom. Are you aware of that? Dr. Azikiwe, that fought and set Nigeria free. Do you know he was sent to jail by the British? Do you know that Ahmadu Bello never went to jail? Do you know that Abubakar Tafawa Balewa never went to jail? The only people that went to jail are those from the south. Awolowo and Azikiwe are the only people that went to jail in order to set Nigeria free. Are you aware of that? No, you don't know. And they were called terrorists. Yes, Nnamdi Azikiwe was called a terrorist by the British. You must listen to me attentively. I said this program cannot be like any other. You must listen attentively this evening, please. And invite people to come and listen as well. Nnamdi Azikiwe was called a terrorist by the British. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was not spared. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was called a terrorist as well for trying to set his people free. I want IPOB to know tonight that being called a terrorist because you're fighting for your land and your nation is a badge of honor. It means you've arrived. It means the enemy is scared of what you're doing. And it means that you're succeeding at whatever thing that you're doing. Are you following me? If you are in freedom fighting anywhere in the world and the people you are fighting have not come to refer to you as a terrorist, then that means you're not doing anything. That means you're not threatening the status quo. Do you understand me very well? That is why in our case, where there is no democracy, because in Africa there is no democracy, people are very primitive, people are basically like wild animals in the forest, they have no brain. That is the reason why we need to agitate the way we are agitating, or else we can never be free. Understand this very, very clearly, please. Awolowo was also a terrorist. For the sake of Yoruba journalists in working for Channels Television, all those Yoruba people writing for the Punch newspaper, I also want to let you know tonight that Awolowo was once a terrorist because he was fighting for you. I hope you understand what I'm saying this evening. The world knows we are not terrorists. We have not gone to markets to bomb people. We have not gone to mosques to bomb people. We have not been to churches to kill people. We have not killed anybody, as a matter of fact. What ESN is doing is driving away Fulani terrorists in our forests. How can that make us a terrorist? By pursuing terrorists. How is that possible? How is that possible? Now pay attention to what I have to say. Do you remember those police they sent to Somalia? And I want people in Lagos to confirm this. I want my Yoruba brothers and sisters to confirm this, please, tonight and tomorrow morning. Do you know those police people they sent to Somalia? Ask yourself, why would any sensible country in the world send their police to Somalia? Is that possible? Do you know what they went to Somalia to do? I think that the Nigerian government will be shocked tonight that we have this intel. And I want to let them understand that the M branch of this very movement of IPOB to restore Biafra, our M branch is far more resourceful than any other organization in the whole. There is no move they make we don't know. We know how many tanks they are bringing. We know how many soldiers they are bringing. We know the type of armaments they are bringing. Everything we know. Ask the National Security Advisor of Nigeria. Ask their head of National Military Intelligence in Nigeria. Ask all the so-called big wigs of intelligence in Nigeria. And also ask the British. Why did Nigeria send a so-called policeman to Somalia to go and train people? Do you know what they went to Somalia to do? They went to go and recruit Al-Shabaab, terrorist operatives, to come to Nigeria to help them fight this war. That was why they went to Somalia. I'm sure this night they will be shocked how we knew this information. They went to Somalia. There is no country in the world after the debacle of U.S. rescue mission, Operation Hope, under George Bush Sr. No country in the world has ever dared to send their people into Mogadishu. Only Nigeria. Why? To go and recruit the very deadly Al-Shabaab terror group to come and fight for them. Remember the intel all over the place. America gave you intel a few weeks ago. I also have the latest one they gave today. When America said that terrorists are now moving south, I want to let the whole world understand. I want Tinubu to understand that even you are Konja, you're not safe. These are the people who are surrounding Lagos today. They are the ones in the forests of Yoruba land. Their leaders have come. The Nigerian government, the Fulani Caliphate government, sent their hardened men to Somalia to go and recruit Al-Shabaab terror group because they do not have the numbers to fight in the south. So they are complementing it with terrorists they are now recruiting across the Sahel, but most importantly, Al-Shabaab in Somalia. That was why they went to Somalia. Have you had any updates since they went to Somalia? Have they tried to show you anybody they have recruited from Somalia or how they're helping the Somali government? Have they done so? The answer is no, because their motive there is sinister. They went there to go and recruit Al-Shabaab terrorists to come to kill all of you, shouting one Nigeria with green, white, green flag. You know, sometimes I think that Elohim in heaven is maybe trying to hold us back to unleash this thing from the Fulani so that all the Fulefus will die in misery and in regret. That was why they went to Somalia to go and recruit Al-Shabaab to come to fight for them. And this Al-Shabaab, they are the ones who are in Lagos, planning to attack Lagos. The Tinubu told the police commissioner to say it is IPOB. Are you following what I'm saying? Ask your, oh my, black people, why did God make me a black person? I don't understand. Why people cannot reason. Let me ask you again. Ever since their police went to Somalia, it is a foreign expeditionary mission. How come there is no update? How many Somalis they have trained? Have you ever, how? Brain of a black man. Have you ever wondered why? You don't hear anything about that. For the very simple reason that they went to recruit terrorists, Al-Shabaab. And they are the ones now in and around Lagos, planning to launch multiple attacks in Lagos. And the human being, somebody that claims he has conscience, woke up in the morning and decided to blame IPOB for it. When Tinubu knows that those who are in the bushes and forests in and around Lagos are Al-Shabaab, hardened Somali terrorists all the way from Mogadishu that they brought in. Of course, history will be kind to IPOB. As this our brother have just written, His name is Adebayo Raphael. If they say to you in this life that Yoruba people will rise up to write glowingly in defense of IPOB, you will not believe it, but it is here very clear, in black and white. Al-Shabaab is in around Lagos because Fulani knows they don't have the numbers. They cannot win this war. Nigeria has never won any war on its own before in its history. They always rely on people to fight for them. After they fight, they'll start making mouth. That's all they do. That is all they do. And to tell you that this is a concerted effort to colonize everybody. Ever since they had their so-called security meeting last week and decided to invade the South. Some of you think it's only the East that are coming to the entire South. Have you been hearing about bandits doing this or doing that anymore? They have promised them that the oil money is theirs. That is why, Madam Tambuwal, I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. The attack is coming. You can't escape it because it's too late. They understand that come 2023, should power leave the North, they are finished. So they must attack this. In fact, we are now forcing them to attack 1 year earlier than they had planned. This attack was meant to commence in 2022, but they are starting in 2021 because of IPOB and Eastern Security Network. May glory and praise be to the Almighty in heaven. Lagos is surrounded by Al-Shabaab, and that is why Tinubu is trying to pin it on IPOB, without success, of course. And I also want to listen to me very carefully this evening, please, and be writing it down. I want the Nigerian government to know this. Nigerian government, the Chinese have promised to sell you weapons. You have moved money to Shanghai. I did not mention Beijing. I said Shanghai. Shanghai is where you are right now purchasing weapons from the Chinese. China have agreed to sell weapons to Nigeria. They have also signed an agreement to supply Nigeria with weapons. I did not say Beijing. I said you are in Shanghai. That is where you are right now negotiating to bring those weapons in because you have moved Al-Shabaab to Lagos. The main strike force of Al-Qaeda is in Benue State. And the hardened remnants that you recruited from Boko Haram, they are now moving to the east from Bauchi. That is a three-pronged attack coming to the south. And I want Middle Belt to understand this very clearly. By the time the attack intensifies in the south, nobody will remember you, you are gone. Three-pronged attack. The Nigerian government recruited 3 hardened terror groups to fight this very battle for them. Al-Shabaab, they are in and around Lagos and Yoruba land. They are the ones to lead the attack against Yoruba people. The main strike force of Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, they are advancing through Benue. They will enter into Kogi. From there, they will come into Anambra and Enugu. Whereas the main Boko Haram front, recruited by this same government, they are coming from Ebonyi. But they are based in Bauchi, they are coming from Bauchi. That is where the armor, that is where the tanks are that they have given to them with which to come and kill people. Because they have promised them the oil and gas in Biafra land. And that Allah gave Nigeria to Fulani people. Today's date is the 16th of May 2021. I pray to Elohim that this doesn't come to pass, but it's going to happen. And when it happens, as usual, people will go back to this. But he said it, he's a prophet, he said it, because you cannot stop what is coming. And I want you to know those to blame when they start massacring your men, women, and children. You will blame Obasanjo, you will blame Tinubu, you will blame Odios Okalo, you will blame, I don't even want to mention the Sarikini Fulani Hope that is irrelevant. You blame Rocha Sokorocha, you blame the Nnamanis, you blame Iwanyang, you will blame Mrs. Tambuwal, you will blame the likes of Edwin Clark. All these appeasers of Fulani. They always appease Fulani. They want to please them. One Nigeria. The person you are doing one Nigeria for, does Fulani believe in one Nigeria? So you think that by Fulani opening their mouth and saying one Nigeria, they are doing it because they love you? Are you stupid? Are you that foolish? They're doing it because they want to conquer you. And in fact, you are conquered already. You are conquered already. Nigeria, are you not in Shanghai purchasing weapons right now, this very night? True or false? We know. When you bring them in, we are going to know. When you deploy them, we are going to know. When we destroy them in Biafra land, we will also tell you that we've destroyed them. That is to let you understand that our own intelligence is more than yours. Because in Yoruba land right now, not only are they refugees in Benin Republic, which some of them do not know, because the news is being suppressed, Yoruba people are paying ransom to go to their farms. Ask yourself this question. Somebody as influential as Wole Soyinka cannot go to his farm. He's a Yoruba man. Wole Soyinka, of course, one of the people that I blame for the mess that Nigeria is in. A man who is learned should be educating those of us, should be foretelling the dangers to come by virtue of his academic accomplishments. He was the one supporting Fulani Janjaweed. I don't know if they were doing it to spite the Igbo people. I don't know what for. That same man cannot go to his farm. Are you following what is happening? Are you following what is happening? Of course, they gave us BBC Igbo to do to us what Punch and all these channels have been doing to Yorubas for long. They're in front of you, they'll be doing yo-yo. One Nigeria, you're dancing. From the back, they're slaughtering you. They're slaughtering you. Because Fulani needs to create a diversion. And they are masters at they know how to divert your attention. They are very good at it. And that was what our brother was writing about Adebayo Raphael. ESN is a terror group. Nobody will ask them, but did ESN bomb any church? Did they go somewhere raping and killing people? Did they steal anything belonging to anybody? The answer is no. So what qualifies them as a terrorist? Oh no, because they are fighting Fulani. They are fighting your Janjaweedism. That is why they are terrorists. And being black people, very cowardly, very wicked, all of you are quiet. And I said this thing before and I will say it again to the hearing of the whole world. Black people are suffering all over the world because we are a very wicked race. You can never see something evil happening and rise up to say that this is evil. Regardless of that person's ethnicity or tribe or religion, you say this thing is evil. I was in detention. I was paying for wrongfully convicted and wrongfully accused northern boys to have access to decent legal representation. I was paying for it. I was in detention. I was paying for it. I was paying for people who were wrongly accused of being Boko Haram members to be set free. I did not mind which tribe they came from. There is a video circulating, and I want all of you to circulate that. I was in High Court. I was the one that paid for their parents to come to Abuja, to High Court, that I may tell the whole world where their children were being kept. I did not do it because they were Igbo or Efik or Ibibio or Biafra. No, not at all. Because they are human beings. And the truth must prevail. And I'm telling you, maybe that is the reason why, despite all their attempts to kill me, they have not managed to do so. Because this God that we serve in heaven can see the hearts of men, even in secret. And know that I harbor no ill feelings towards anybody on this earth. All I want is to be free. The reason why I want to be free is because Nigeria can never work, not today, not tomorrow, not ever. And I have pride and I have honor. I cannot be following white people all over the place, staying in a white man's land, working, them giving me everything, 24 hours, electricity, housing, education, everything, and I cannot give the same thing to my people. If I can't do that, means I'm a failure in life. That's why we want Biafra. Not out of hatred for anybody, not at all. But Fulani wants to take our land, and we're saying no, they cannot take it. And some of you idiotically are supporting them. In the next coming months, you will see the result of the damage you have done to yourselves. You will see it. Because I know that Fulani Janjaweed, they need access to our oil and our gas. And I'm telling the UK government today, Katrina Lang, all these plans you're putting in place, because the person on the ground directing this Fulani attack is a woman, a white woman, Katrina Lang. That's the one doing all this work for Britain. Britain, one day, you see this little snake you're feeding, this Fulani Janjaweedism you're supporting. they will destroy you. One day they will kill British people in your so-called Nigeria. Go and mark my words somewhere. You people never learn. History is replete with Islamic governments you've helped in the past. They came back to bomb and to kill you. I'm talking about Britain, the UK. So will Fulani kill you one day. All this aiding and abetting of atrocity upon atrocity. The reason why the Fulanis are coming now is because Britain told them to attack now because Israel is under siege from Hamas. That is the signature, that is the handwriting of Britain, that is the way they operate. The reason why Harold Wilson allowed the British to support the Fulani Janjaweed to kill 5 million people, the second worst genocide in the history of man, was in 1967. Two things happened. At the same time, Israel was under attack. As at now, Israel was under the Yom Kippur War of 1967. Israel was under attack. As Israel was under attack, Gowon launched his strike at Gekken. Britain calculated that the whole Vietnam War and everything will take over world attention. And the whole world now is focused on Israel. So the Fulanis can now come to Biafra land and kill as many people as possible. Britain will ensure that the world will not hear about it. Are you following what I'm preaching? Are you following what I'm saying? Because what I'm giving you is gospel from heaven. Is your Chineke. The reason why they chose now to attack, it won't surprise me. I don't know. I don't have the intel yet, but it won't surprise me if Nigeria and United Kingdom has in hand in the attack that Hamas is launching against Israel. I'm being honest with you. Or maybe they knew about it. Of course, they have a very credible and formidable intelligence services. They knew about it. And what they decided was, Nigeria, this is your time now to move in. Because the global attention is on Israel. Go to Biafra and kill as many as you can. Subdue and suppress them. Do you know how I knew that this was going to happen? Anywhere Katuna Lang visits, anywhere she goes to, give it only 2 weeks, the army will move in there to kill people. The British, I'm telling you, it's simple research, go and do it. Anytime there is a crisis, the British High Commissioner Katuna Lang, anywhere, anytime she's on the move, you are finished. She was the woman that visited Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The next day, people were dying around Lekki Tollgate. After visiting Ojo Zokalo to go and engage the Poles of the East, Ojo Zokalo gave them the go-ahead to come to our land to kill us. Katrina Lang, that's the woman's name. British High Commissioner to the zoo that they created called Nigeria. And people don't want to understand because I'm going to come to the issue of black people later on. Because the time has come for us to begin to reason properly like human beings. Do you know somebody called Davin Anderson, the U.S. intelligence chief? He warned that southern Nigeria needs to keep its eyes open. Terror groups have taken over the region. This is the news being reported 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Go and Google it. Southern Nigeria needs to keep its eyes open. Terror groups have taken over the region. This was what Chinedu was trying to pin on IPOB. Are you following? This was what Chinedu was trying to pin on IPOB. So when Al-Shabaab are busy slaughtering people in Yoruba land, Chinedu will say it's IPOB that is doing it. But as God will have it, the love I have for Yoruba people stemming from the love they have shown to me, I'm being honest with you. We talk privately. The land of Taya de Banjo, the land of Gani Adams, the land of Iboho, the land of Femi Fanikayo, the land of Papa Shoranti, the land of my late friend. Why would I go and attack it? They don't know that we are under oath. Do you know we are under blood oath with our Yoruba brethren? Are you aware of that? Blood oath. That we can never ever, not in a billion years, work against each other. Never. That is why you see their rallies. You see the way they do their rallies? That is why everywhere is bubbling. And the intelligence officer that spoke to us told us that they don't want to attack Yoruba yet. Their plan before was to attack Yoruba first, take over Yoruba land, and then come to the east to subdue us. But that the only people they fear is IPOB. Go and ask them. That is why they want to demonize us. If you're from the south, I want you to listen very carefully. If you're Biafra, if you're Dudu, even from the Middle Belt, the United States has said that the southern part of Nigeria should stay on alert because terror groups are already establishing their presence in the country and moving down south. The warning was made in a media briefing by Davin Anderson, commander of the U.S. Special Operations Command Africa. He said Al-Qaeda is also expanding to other parts of West Africa. We have engaged with Nigeria and continue to engage with them in intel sharing and in understanding what these violent extremists are doing. Not IPOB. Al-Qaeda is there. Al-Shabaab is there. Three-pronged attack. ISIS in West Africa is there. And Chinedu wants to pin it on IPOB. Do you see how evil these men are? But our God is fighting for us. That is why we receive what. They don't even have this intelligence we do. I know where they're buying weapons now, Fulani. Fulani can never fight a war on their own. And I told that all the barracks you see in the east, they are empty. Nobody wants to join their army. That is why they are drafting people from Baguchi. If you claim that 82 division in Enugu is strong, Obinze is strong, or Hafa is strong, or Onitsha is strong, they are all there to intimidate all of you into submission. That the Fulanis may rule over you. That's all. There are no men. They have to go, and now they are recruiting terrorist groups to come and fight for them. You must understand what is happening. Therefore, it never came to me as a surprise. Katrina Lang, the UK High Commissioner to Nigeria, wants the Igbo race to be wiped out. The same way people want the Jews to be killed. Any day our people rise up to recognize and understand this, the better for all of us. Some people want us dead. Not that we have done anything to them. No, not at all. But because United Kingdom believes that the coming of Biafra will herald the coming of Christ, that the world will come to an end. Any day the black man acquires reason. Any day the black man can build a car. Any day the black man can feed himself. That day the world will come to an end. That's what they believe in. And they know that it is Biafra that holds the key. They understand that very well. That is why it never came to me as a surprise that after Katrina Lang visited the arch-spirit of Joseph Carlo, the very amorphous, headless monster known as Fulani Caliphate declared effectively the Second Biafran War. Something tells me, as I told you earlier, that the timing of this war on Biafra has something to do with Britain. Because in like 1967, Israel today is at war the same way they were at war when Nigeria attacked Biafra in 1967. They now want to use it as a cover to commit genocide. And I'm telling Biafrans tonight that we are effectively on our own. We have been given two choices by the United Kingdom, the slave masters and the colonizers. The UK have given us only two alternatives. And I call it the devil's alternative, of course. We either submit to the will of their puppets, the Islamic Caliphate, or we will be wiped out from the face of this very earth. The question you must ask yourself tonight as a Biafran, as a Southerner is, do you want to be a slave to the Fulani Caliphate, or do you want to die on your feet? Live for 1,000 years on your knees, as most of them are doing without even knowing it, or you die on your feet. The devil's alternative. Whichever option we choose, men are going to die. Which one do you prefer? Are we going to fight and die like men? Or are we going to submit to a life of Allahu Akbar? It's entirely up to you. The time is now because the enemies, they have come. I didn't say they are coming, they have not come into our land. And as I promised them, if God is on our side, which I know He is on our side, this army of Nigeria will die in Biafra land. That is how God intended it to happen. Many of us are going to die. And I'll be leading it myself, mind you. Many of us are going to die. But Biafra is going to come. and everything called Nigeria will perish in Biafra land. The world must be prepared for what is to come. We are not going to be slaves in our land. I want to let Katona Lang, the UK government, to understand this. That we have chosen the path of death than to submit to the will of the Fulani Caliphate. Death is better for us. People are dying every day. They're not human beings. People are dying every day. Are we better than them? Those who are dying, are we better than them? We must develop the mindset of the Afghanis. In Afghanistan, that is why Afghanistan cannot be taken. It doesn't matter the firepower you have. NATO is in Afghanistan. Have they taken Afghanistan? The answer is no. You are coming to kill us, but we are also going to die together in the land of Biafra. Let anybody say I did not warn them, because things are going to start happening in the next 14 days. When it starts happening, if Fulefus may talk and yap and write their rubbish. But now that the Fulanis are kidnapping our people, disappearing us, killing people in truckloads, nobody is talking. We must make our land impregnable for them. And that will involve a lot of destruction. I'm saying it live on air so that all of you will understand. To slow the advance down, we need to destroy a lot of things. We must destroy a lot of things. That is how all of you will come to your senses to understand that we are in a state of war. They want to circle us. They are using the Fulefus amongst us to try to be, assuaging your should I say, your bruised egos, all of you, writing no rubbish about one Nigeria. From next 2 weeks, we are going to start dying for what we believe in. Not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. We are going to die en masse, and we are going to take them with us. By the time the slaughter happens, it will be so intense that you see that CNN, they'll come to Biafra to cover this very war. That is about to happen. You see CNN, all of them running away from Biafra, they will cover it by force, because we are going to kill every Nigerian soldier on Biafran soil will die. God is my witness. And I will lead this very army myself. I want the UK to understand that we have chosen to die than be slaves. At the end of this newly declared war against Biafrans, many of us will perish, but out of these very ruins, Biafra is going to rise up again to the eternal glory of Chukwukikatonoprimihin in heaven, that his will may be done on earth as it is in heaven. I want them to understand. Let it not be tomorrow. People say, but the suicide bombing is not part of our nature. It's not our life. It's not our culture. Now that Fulani are there, we are going to die with them. We are Biafrans, as they will say, being a Liverpool fan. What we do in life echo in history, as they sing. What you achieve in life will echo it, because it's appointed unto man to die only but once. Earlier I was mentioning Mandela, I mentioned George Washington, I mentioned Oliver Cromwell, I mentioned Mugabe, I didn't even know if I mentioned Castro or not. All these were called terrorists. They are all dead, but they are immortal, because we still mention them till this very day. We crave immortality, and in 14 days it will start. Don't say I did not warn you, please. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fulani brought war to our land. All we asked them to do was to leave our forest and go and live in the township, rent a house and live in the town, bring down your nama, sell it, and do whatever you want to do with it. You cannot stay in our forest. You cannot stay there. If you stay there, you will die. That is the only crime that Eastern Security Network committed. Nobody can tell us today if their mosque has been bombed by ESN or any church or any village or anyone, nothing. So these people you're calling terrorists, what is their crime? Because they said that we cannot take over their land. That is the crime of ESN and IPOB by extension. As I told you a few weeks ago, the Janjaweed have opened the floodgates of hell. and unto thy hands, O Elohim, we commit our spirit. As they will say in one very popular movie, those of us who are about to die will salute you. Because the land of Biafra will be defended with the blood of anything that moves. Rather than the Fulani to take over Biafra land, there will be no living organism in that very place. I am warning every traditional ruler, every governor, every senator to understand what I'm saying this night and take it on board. And do not quote me out of context. If you want to be a Fulani slave, go to the Middle Belt and join them there. All of you can be slaves to one Nigeria. That's your business. You say the land of Biafra, we cannot surrender to anyone. Now, I don't want anybody to lament. Oh, they have killed us here. Don't stop lamentation. All we need is action. Not Rambo style action. If you want to know how Britain ran away from Israel, go and read the book. Just Google it and say, how was it possible that the state of Israel was established despite hostilities from everywhere, surrounded by enemies? But they still succeeded because they blew them out of Palestine, or they call it Palestine, which was a name, just as they're calling us now, Southeast. They don't want to call us our name Biafra. After the Romans took over the Holy Land, they named it Palestine because they said that the Jews were too stubborn. They raised the name Israel and called the place Palestine. That's what they do. Because when somebody wants to completely overwhelm you, they change your identity for you. And if you're a very stupid black person, as most of us are, of course, in Africa, you swallow your new name, hook, line, and sinker. Israel was named Palestine by the Romans that came and burnt the temple down because of rebellion, that they were too rebellious. The same thing they tried to do to us. We must be very, very strong. Go and ask them how they did it. They blew them away from there. Not how this Rambo on the road. Every road leading into Biafra land will be mined. Everything that is Nigerian, whatever police or army that steps on our road will blow it to thy kingdom come. Very neat and simple. And I will make a cowboy and Rambo. We don't need that rubbish. We destroy everything destroyable. We need to force them. I said before, when we drive away the Fulani terrorists from our bushes, they will bring in their army. We will kill their army. They will start throwing bombs from the air. After that, they will leave us alone. I'm telling you, you mark my words, that's how it's going to happen. When I told you that we will defeat Mietiala, did you believe me? When I said we will drive away Mietiala from our land, did you believe me? We did it without the help of any governor, no politician, nobody. This great family, this IPOB, Chineke Goziun and Dioma, we are dying, isn't it? At least we are dying for what we... How about those being killed by Fulani Janjaweed in the Middle Belt? They died for nothing. They're not fighting for anything. They're not fighting for their independence. Nothing. They're just in the farm and they're killed. For you to die in the cause of defending your country, your nation, is the greatest accolade anyone can have in this life. You must understand that. From today, we must stop lamenting on social media and engage ourselves in activities that will slow down the enemy. We know where they're coming from, always from three sides. They'll try to come from Kogi, they will come from Bonyaxis, they will come from Enugu. Only three sides they can come from. Only, nothing else. We slow them down. We destroy everything destroyable to slow them down so we can kill them. They're not trained in war because they're not patriotic. These are terrorists. What inspires them is some stupid quote in the Quran. What inspires us is the gift that God gave to us. That this land of Biafra is ours. In perpetuity. No one can take it from us. No idiot can. We are in a state of war. Every scientist, everybody must come out now to begin to prepare. We are going to dig our trenches. We are going to amass everything that we have built so far to prepare to repel the invaders. Every DSS office that we know of, every army cantonment or barracks that we know of, will be placed under surveillance. And we must begin to deal with them as we lay our hands on them. Because before I came on air today, I wanted to apologize to white people. You know, before I used to be very angry about against slavery, against colonialism and all the rest of it. But in a way, today I want to apologize to Europeans and to Americans that enslaved black people. Because I have come to believe that the best thing that ever happened to we black people is slavery and European colonization. It's tongue-in-cheek, if you understand. It's sarcasm, if some of you can actually absorb it. Sometimes I wonder what would have become of us had Europeans not mercifully sold us as slaves, colonized us, or given us limited knowledge with which we are making mouth today, boasting. I went to school. I went to Harvard. I went to Princeton. Oh, God. Because I believe very strongly that we black people, we are a disgrace to humanity. Shameful. If with all our education, claims of patriotism and goodness knows what else, we are still being fooled that Buhari is alive, then no black man deserves freedom. The black race, I believe, as somebody said a while ago, I don't know if it was in Powell, I don't know who it was that said that Africa should be colonized again and dominated forever. Maybe they have a point. It seems to me that black people are intellectually inferior to every other race in the world. As I tweeted, was it yesterday, without Nigerians, I wouldn't have known how easy it is to fool and deceive black people. Since our brain cannot even interpret what our eyes can see, how is it possible that we can transform our society to serve our needs? It's not possible. If when you see something, you can even interpret what you're looking at. We are foolish, both old and young. But in Biafra, we're going to redeem ourselves. Because it seems to me that we have eyes, but we cannot see. We lack the capacity to engage the relevant sections of our brain that has to do with critical analysis. That is why Aframe can come to and say to you, IPOB is a terrorist group. You, as a southern journalist that went to school, a journalist that went to school, you will say, instead of you to ask the government, but what did IPOB do for you to outlaw them? When Mietiala is going around about killing, raping, and maiming people, you are outlawed, proscribed, outlawed. You can't ask questions because you don't have conscience. That part of our brain that has to do with critical thinking and analysis, in black people, I don't think it is working. When you see something that is beautiful, don't you say that thing is beautiful? You may not have been to Niagara Falls, you may not have been to Budukato Rank, you may not have been to Uguta Lake, you may not have been to, Otampa River, you may not have been to, but when you see beauty in nature, the first thing you do is to acknowledge it. When you see a handsome man, a beautiful woman, you don't need anybody to tell you that this thing is beautiful. You will say, oh, but this woman is so beautiful. Or this television is so pretty. Do you know why? Because your brain automatically identifies anything that is beautiful. That is how human beings are created. You may not have seen that thing before. As one old woman taught me, once your eyes behold something beautiful, your eye, oh my God, this is so beautiful. Because that part of your brain is still functioning. Which means that everything bright and beautiful, your brain will automatically tell you that that thing is beautiful, isn't it? Anything that is bright and is wonderful, like the rainbow, you say, oh my God, or a sunset in the morning, or sunrise, you say, how beautiful this is. Because your brain is telling you it's beautiful. You don't need anybody to tell you. The same thing goes for anything that is ugly. If you can start up and behold something and say, oh, this is so beautiful, you can also rise up and say that this thing is very ugly, it is evil, it is bad. This brings me to the phenomenon of the dead late Buhari and the successful attempt to deceive all of you so far in this zoological republic. Let me leave out the more complex, interpretations of the various mask wearers of the Fulani cabal that they periodically bring out to deceive all of you, semi-animals claiming you educated, and focus on the very simple ones that prove to me that black people, especially Nigerians, are lower than wild animals. I cannot compare a wild animal to a Nigerian because that means insulting animals. I'm telling you the truth. And why am I saying this? Because of the case of Buhari, the dead Buhari. I don't know why some of you will stand in front of the mirror and look at yourselves and call yourselves human beings. With the same eyes, you look at the picture or the video, the channel television interview of this little boy with his hands, very fresh hands, like that of a 25-year-old. You saw his nose, that the mask tore. The part of the nose where the mask will be had cut off from the main nose itself. The nose was looking like that of Michael Jackson, a crumbling nose. All of you saw it. You saw his hands. And you're learned, you're educated. You still claim that that thing is Buhari. For the life of me, I can't understand. I mean, if you say that that thing in front of Channels Television is Buhari, may God have mercy upon your soul. That means that everything that Ku Klux Klan have been saying about black people is true. That these people are beasts, they cannot win. Even when they see the truth, they cannot stand up to say that this is what it should be. I want to know why Nigerians, having seen the hands of this little boy and the nose that is crumbling, you have all seen the obvious flaws in the mask that the Janjaweed have given to these boys to wear. You still cannot bring yourselves to ask a simple question. Do you know the person that you saw the other day? Is that little boy called Tatagwe? He used to be a comedian. He's an Igbo boy. I think he was born and raised in Zaria. You know that boy that used to mimic Buhari? Why haven't you asked yourself, where is that boy? Zoological Republic. Why haven't you asked that? His name is, I think it's Tagwe, they call him. Why have you not asked yourself, where is that comedian that used to mimic Buhari called Tagwe? Do you know what they did to him? They took him to Asarok. They gave a Fulani girl to him, converted him to Islam. So you don't know? Of course. So because they know that Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad is useless, cannot speak. Once in a while, they bring Tagwe to come out. That is why his English, he cannot hide the flawlessness of his English. Are you listening to me? Have you ever wondered why Nigerians, having seen the hole in the neck of somebody they refer to as their president, still failed to ask the question, Mr. President, how did you develop this hole in your neck? If you go to Guardian newspaper archives, if you go to Punch newspaper archives, if you go to all they have it. You can see a man with a hole in his neck. You know, when I ponder all these things, when I pray, I keep asking God, were black people in your plans when you were making man? Or did something go wrong somewhere? Somebody that did not have a hole in his neck yesterday, all of a sudden one morning, developed a hole in his neck. And the people that claim they are his citizens or whatever cannot even ask, but what is this hole doing on you? Did you have any surgery, or were you breathing from your neck and they failed to close it? And these are people that want good roads and electricity and good governance. In any system that claims to have regard for the well-being of the people, such an obvious defect in the appearance of their so-called number one citizen should have attracted a lot of attention. Anywhere in the world. Can you see Biden? Only that Biden fell down climbing the steps of Air Force One. It was everywhere. Can you imagine Biden coming out tomorrow at the Rose Garden of the White House with a hole in his neck? What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? Black people, this UG black. Why can't you ask yourself this simple question? What caused that hole in his neck? Or if you're telling us that this man is 82 years old, how come his hands looks as fresh as that of my grandchild? Simple questions. But you can't answer them, or you can't even ask them to start with. That is what makes you a black person. And that is the difference between you and the white people. You see, in all those countries where they have 24 hours of electricity, where there is running water, where there is free healthcare, free housing, if you present somebody like this claiming it's Buhari, they will ask questions in public. That is the difference between white and black people. And that is why they are still controlling us till this very day. You know, sometimes it is easier, I should say, to deceive people than to educate them. Especially those who have been enslaved and deceived. That's why so many people don't want to learn about the evil that is going on in Asarok. Even when you see it, you don't want to say, oh, bring 2023. Let 2023 come so another person can go in. Typical black people. And you keep wondering why you are poor. You keep wondering why God has abandoned all of you. You keep wondering why you have no good roads. You keep wondering why you go out and the army will kill you and nobody will talk. You keep wondering why you'll be in your home and the police will come and kill everybody and nobody will talk. There is a picture that is in circulation. I tweeted it. Please go to my Twitter handle or page and see it. I tweeted a picture that was released by Channels Television, not from me, Channels TV. In fact, God so kind, there is a video. I want everybody to pay attention to the masked, crumbling nose and young, fresh hands of this latest version of an 82-year-old dead Buhari. An 82-year-old man looking so young and so fresh. Now, the question any sensible person will ask is this. Anywhere in the world, I believe even white people will ask is this. If such transformation that so-called Buhari went through that turned him from 82 years to now 33 years, if it exists, why is it that Bill Gates is not looking like an 18-year-old? Or even Biden, the strongest man in the world, allegedly? Or even Tinubu, that not only looks old but very, very ugly at that? Don't you think that all of them would have opted for a more youthful appearance to coincide with, even Tinubu from 79 to 69? If it were possible for him to make himself appear young and look 69, he would have done it. He would have done it. But he cannot do it. Because who you have in Asorok is not Buhari. Buhari is dead long time ago. Look at his hands. I want any Nigerian to look at the hands of that little boy and tell me that that boy is Buhari. Just look at the hands. And don't take the picture. Because it's Photoshop. Go and play the original Channels Television interview and you will see it. He kept pulling at his nose mask. Now because we lambasted them. Because of the pomo ear, they're now tying it around his neck. None of you can ask questions. Chai, this UG. One of my greatest regrets in life is being born a black person. Because sometimes I wake up in the morning, I'm thinking to myself, how can I be thinking this way? And there must be other people capable of thinking the way that I'm thinking. How can you say that somebody is Buhari? He cannot put his mask around his ear. It's around his neck. You can see the nose, double fold nose crumbling. You can see it is the mask that tall. Yes, you cannot ask questions. You are there. You are looking at the fresh hands. The fresh hands. If whatever Buhari went through was possible to make him turn him from being 82 to 33, why didn't Prince Philip do the same thing? Queen Elizabeth of England. Why didn't Queen of England do the same thing for her husband that just died? But because we are Africans, they can deceive Ifulefus and Nigerians, but they cannot deceive IPOB. It is we black people that destroyed ourselves with our own hands. Nigeria is a typical example. I will no longer blame any white person. I will not even blame anybody. You see, Ku Klux Klan, all these racist groups, I can never blame them anymore. Because one day I was thinking to myself, a white man just can't be racist for the sake of it. Why are they not being racist towards Japanese people? It is now, it is dawning on me that we are the reason why people are racist towards us. Our behavior and our way of thinking. We black people destroyed ourselves with our own hands. These people have made a mockery of their own constitution. If they cannot obey their own laws that says that once the president dies, the vice or deputy takes over, how do you expect the rest of the animals in the zoo to obey the constitution? Fulani Janjabwid, I'm asking you this question. Fulani Kabal, you have disobeyed the constitution. Buhari died on the 27th day of January 2017. Instead of you to swear Osibanjo in as the president, you kept a mannequin, moving one idiot from place to place. That is why there is no live address. They cannot address you live. They cannot do any walkabout. Nobody can visit them. Nothing. This Yoji black people, you are the cause of your own problems. And everything is in your brain. The way you reason, the way you approach issues, the way you analyze issues is the reason why you are poor. That is why it appears as if the whole of the world hates you. They call you nigger, they call you all sorts of names, not because they hate you, but because you hate yourself. The way you reason and the way you behave. We destroyed ourselves with our own hands. Even in Nigeria, the Fulani that wrote the constitution cannot even obey it. If you demand for DNA tomorrow morning, they will give you restructuring. Those of you asking for it, just ask for the DNA of that idiot. Just come out and say it. And you see they will give you restructuring overnight. They can deceive you people, but not us. A dead man that should have been replaced now has a mask. Anybody can wear that mask with a rumpled nose, shamelessly telling us that he wants to invade the East. And we have agreed on a new measure to invade the East. Somebody who is not a Nigerian. Somebody who is not who you voted for, or you claim you voted for. A little boy of less than 33 years of age, claiming he's 82. When they look at that, they say these are idiots, let us kill all of them. Janjaweed thought by removing the mask from, they thought by not anchoring the mask on the ear and putting it around the neck that somehow they will find a way to circumnavigate all the mysteries surrounding the death of Buhari. There is a girl I want to ask a question. Of course, anyway, her name is Yusuf. She's Yoruba, but she's Yoruba Muslim. Maybe Yoruba Lauren. Those that are conquered by Flanagan. That girl on Channels TV called, is it Maokwe? Her son is Yusuf from Makadiga Mama. Yusuf. And there's another Yoruba Fulani journalist. I don't know her name. What's her name again? That used to work for Adele. That girl that used to work for Sahara Reporters. Where are they now? Please send that picture to them and ask them. I want people to tweet that very picture, tag these people, and ask them, is this the hand of an 82-year-old man? My good friend and brother, of course, happy birthday to you, Dele Momodu, that said he is Buhari. People should send that very picture to Dele Momodu and ask him, Dele, is this Buhari that you know? In fact, just ask him, is this the hand of an 82-year-old? Look at your own hand, you are 61. Is your hand as fresh as this one? Because I told you before, you cannot, there's no way you can do plastic surgery on the hand. It will always show. That is why if you're putting on bleaching cream, the first place you'll be exposed are the knuckles of your hands, because your hand cannot lie. That's why God placed palm print on your hand. It cannot lie. Akaraka. Do you know that? Do you know people like Lawan, the Speaker of the Senate, people like Hope, people that use bleaching cream, the way you know that a woman or a man is using bleaching cream is by the knuckles, the hand. There's no remedy. You cannot deceive the hand. Your face can accept bleaching cream, but you see your hand will never accept it. After a while, it will burn. Your knuckles will burn. They cannot perform surgery on the hand to make it look old. Nobody can. The best way to tell somebody's age is by looking at the back of their hand. Once you're over 70, you see wrinkles. You cannot do surgery to remove them. It's impossible. How can somebody who is 82 not have wrinkles? And you say that that person is your president. You say Mr. President is an Asorok. And you want me to regard you as a human being. How is that possible? When I say it now, you say I'm insulting you. I want people to send that picture to that girl called Adeola. I don't know. It's always Yoruba people defending Janjaweed. I don't know why. And one called Maope Yusuf for Channels Television. Adeola. Send those pictures to these two Yoruba girls and ask them a simple question. Is this the hand of an 82-year-old man? A very simple question. And the zoo will begin to crumble before your eyes. You know, our people don't know how to fight this very battle. They have no idea. Give us the structuring. Who are you begging to give you? So, by begging Fulani to give you the structuring, that means that Fulani are the owners of Nigeria. That is something they don't know. We serve, we demand restructuring. Demand it from who? By virtue of you saying that you are demanding for restructuring, it means that you are acknowledging that somebody is holding it. And that person holding it, they are, or should I say, the people holding it, they are the owners of Nigeria. Oh my goodness me. A country that believes that cockroaches can keep a president and commander-in-chief out of his office locked out for months on end deserves not to exist. You people are the same Nigerians that Abba Kyari told you that rats and cockroaches prevented the president from accessing his office upon his return from medical whatever in London. And all of you believed it. Commander-in-chief of the armed forces being kept away from his office by cockroaches. Hey, this UG, black people. Black people. They say that monkeys swallowed bags of money. Snakes. You know, seriously, yesterday I was thinking about this, you know. Cockroaches kept the president away from his office. Go and Google it. There's his headline. All of you accepted it. That was when they were changing the biometric on the door because nobody can enter into it. It was built by Babangida. It was the Mossad that told Babangida to build such bunker. So that any military coup is futile. You'll be there until help will come from the outside world. So they need to scan your retina and your thumbprint to enter there. When Buhari died, they forgot to cut off his finger, his right thumb, or bring back his head to scan his retina. That was why they had to destroy it, and it took about 3 months to do. And during that 3 months, he walked from his village in Daura. The cockroaches are there. There are too many. A country that cockroaches defeated an army, the presidential guard. Does that country deserve to exist? You know, white people go through all these things, and after going through them, they look at you niggers. They'll be wondering, oh, do you know that cockroaches kept their president away from the office? In this UG, I won't meet people again, no. And I cannot, God forbid. People are too dumb for me. While I was pondering this show of shame by the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate and their partners in crime, the Yoruba media, it dawned on me that God must have made a very serious mistake by creating black people. To refer to black Nigerians as animals would be an insult to the animal kingdom. Just like referring to Nigeria as a zoo is an insult to zoo animals that have 24 hours electricity and running water. To be honest with you, my dear brothers and sisters, I am tired of the idiocy of black people. I'm tired. Without the coming of the white people, I do not honestly know what would have become of us. In this day and age, cockroach kept your president away from office for 3 months. Somebody's hand is looking like as fresh as in Nnamdi. As fresh as in Nnamdi's hands. That is how somebody who claims is 82 years and people are there claiming, oh, God in heaven. God in heaven. Black people are bad, this UG. Let me even ask you, why do you, I want to ask this question. Black people, why do you love evil so much? Why do you support evil? Why can't you wake up one morning and decide to be good? And call a spade a spade? I just want to know, black people, why? Black people, why are you so much in love with evil? They kill other people's children, you're not moved. Even to ask, under what circumstances? No, you won't even ask. When white people kill you, you start complaining. I don't believe that whites are racist, I don't believe it. It's because of the wickedness of black people. We are too wicked. The most wicked race that God ever made. Black. Is that wickedness that blinds you from the truth. That is why you see a little boy on Channels TV. All of you saw the video. The nose was crumbling. He are crumbling. He bent down to pray during the Salah. You can see the base of the mask at his back. You can see it. His punishment, I can't question to go, but this is punishment, I'm telling you. It's punishment. How can I be amongst people who are so foolish that to ask? So if you don't want to know what the hands of an, in fact, from tonight, cut out the hand of that boy from the pictures. Go and Google 82-year-old hand. Go and publish it everywhere, that the world may see. Oh God in heaven. To refer to black people as Nigerians, in fact, as animals is insulting the animals. And Fulani hypocrisy is what is going to kill them. Fulani hypocrisy is what is going to kill them. Let me tell you, they said they wrote a letter. The mask wearing Fulani. Oh, this, do you know why Fulani can do whatever they want to do and get away with it? Because all of you allowed them. When Buhari died and they brought in Jubril and put a mask on his face and convinced you that he is Buhari, that was the day that Fulani knew that they can take all of you and nothing will happen. If you don't know, let me tell you. That was the day Fulani realized that he can take all of you. Nothing will happen to them. Anytime I preach about the idiocy of black people, these social media companies, they will take offense to it. But I'm a black man, and we are very, very foolish. The most stupid race ever to walk the face of the earth. De-escalate hostilities. Federal government urges Israel and Palestine. Fulani writing to themselves. Let me read it for you so you will laugh. The federal government of Nigeria has said it is monitoring the unfolding developments with Israel and the state of Palestine. According to a statement by the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ferdinand Nwoye, the federal government urged both parties to de-escalate. Oh, you are urging them to de-escalate, but you are sending army to come to the east to kill people. Do you see how foolish we are? They are writing, it was started by Punch, their favorite paper, Punch. It's the Janjaweed, you pro-Janjaweed Yoruba newspaper. According to a statement by their spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ferdinand Nwoye, the federal government urged them to de-escalate. But in Nigeria, where you are escalating violence and conflict. But you are writing to Israel and Palestine, asking them to de-escalate. Such idiocy. From the zoo. They urged the two parties to remain committed to the two-state solution and to ensure that all citizens live in peace and dignity. Are you listening? Nigeria advising Israel that they should ensure that all citizens live in peace and unity with dignity. But you're asking us to give you land for Ruga, for Miet Yala. You're telling us that they are your brothers, your misguided brothers, but you're telling Israel, a civilized, advanced, blessed country, to de-escalate. But in your own land, you are escalating. Anyone, this your black people now, in this UG, what do you expect? Dear me. Let me read a paragraph from the letter that will make you laugh if you're in the zoo called Nigeria. Now listen. The letter went on to say, the federal government further urges the two parties to remain committed to the two-state solution and in the meantime guarantee the rights of all citizens to live in, guarantee the rights. So you people know what the rights of citizens are. Yet to protest is a crime in Nigeria. To say you want self-determination is a crime in Nigeria. But you're advising Israel. Are you sure that these people are okay? Anyway, but I'm black one. Why am I disturbing myself? One this yogi, black. Very, very sad indeed. Can you just imagine these cow brains? Are they for real? At least in the case of Israel and Palestine conflict this time around, Hamas were the people that fired rockets first. Maybe what is happening to black people is now happening to human. Israel was on their own and Hamas started firing rockets at Israel. And Israel had to respond with overwhelming force. Now, despite the fact that Hamas were the first to fire rockets at the state of Israel, the letter from Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate in Asarok is de-escalate. They never blamed Hamas for firing rockets at Israel first. No. And that is not the topic of discussion tonight. It is called context. I want people to contextualize. I want you to put into, I want people to put into context the case of IPOB and federal government of Nigeria. Hamas fired rockets at Israel. Israel responded. Nigeria said, de-escalate. Please guarantee the rights of citizens. I now want to ask Nigeria, did IPOB fire anything at you? Did we even fire ordinary catapult at you before you sent your army to come and kill us? A very simple question. If you're asking those exchanging rockets to de-escalate, what did we do to you to warrant Operation Python Dance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the massacre of the innocent? What happened? What did we do? In the court of law, if mankind still has any conscience, they will ask you, but what did IPOB do to you? What physical harm did they bring to you? You say, oh, they're asking for Biafra, but Nigeria must be one. That's our crime. But Hamas fired rockets at Israel. You're asking for peace, for guarantee of rights of citizens. But we did nothing to you. The world will ask the zoo, but what did they do to you? What did Nnamdi Kanu do to you before you arrested him in 2015? Before you went to Mpo to massacre people, what was the crimes of those youths? What did they do? Did they fire a rocket at Asorok? The answer is no. Now, when you live in a society that fails to rationalize the rights and the wrongs of what the government of Nigeria is doing to agitate us, then you don't deserve to be called a human being. What did we do? You are asking Israel to take it easy on Hamas that fired rockets and killed citizens. Where did we fire rockets at you before you decided to invade our land with Mietiala? Now you understand, don't you? Now, can anybody tell me, please, or any mentally unstable Eastern intellectual or Yoruba sophisticated moron tell me which rocket or missile IPOB fired at Asorok before they started killing people in 2015 This is a very simple question begging for answers. Before you condemn IPOB, before you condemn ESN, before you condemn anybody, I want to ask you this simple question. When did we pick up arms against the Nigerian state? When? I'm asking you. If you're honest. So for somebody to hold a view, an opinion that they want to be free from something, entitles the state to kill that very individual or individuals, as the case may be. Is that what you're telling me? All of you intellectuals from Igbo land and the sophisticated morons from Yoruba land. It's a simple question. I hold a view that I should not be part of something that a white man created. And you want to kill me for it. I did not fire any rocket at you. I did not pick up any guns to fight you. But you came to kill me because I was holding an opinion you don't agree with. They must answer this question. The late dead Buhari came into office in 2015. Before that, there was Jonathan. I want you to understand this very clearly. That is to let all the intellectuals and the idiots from the South understand what I'm saying very clearly. Before Buhari, there was Jonathan. During the reign, I call it the reign because people rule you in the zoo. It's not a democracy. During the reign of Jonathan, there was IPOB. But Jonathan never made it a state policy to kill IPOB agitators. People must also bear in mind that before Jonathan came, there was Obasanjo. Yes, Obasanjo was a mass murderer. He's a killer. Obasanjo is a killer. He should be hanged. Obasanjo is a mass murderer. You've forgotten Odi, haven't you? Others may forget, but we can't forget. Who was responsible for the Odi massacre? Obasanjo. Zaki Biam, Obasanjo. Murderer, mass murderer he is. Even during the war, he was a mass murderer, pretend mass killer, because he's a spy for Western intelligence agencies. That's why he's still alive, because he's a spy for them. These are the people that betrayed Africa. Obasanjo were one of those that betrayed Africa to the core. A spy. When he's talking, you think he loves Africa. Rubbish. Ask him how many agencies around the world is he informant for. Odi massacre, Obasanjo. Zaki Biambo, Obasanjo. He killed people, but at least he didn't go all out. He killed myself members as well. But he was not as senselessly brutal as the late dead Buhari. Obasanjo was a mass murderer. Obasanjo killed people in the Middle Belt. He killed people from Biafra land, Odi. But let me tell you something that will shock you tonight. The same thing IPOB was asking for was what the North asked for in Sharia. They agitated for Sharia. And Obasanjo agreed to grant them Sharia across 12 states of the North. Is it 13? I don't know. Nobody killed them for it. This same Fulani asking you not to talk about restructuring or banning Fulani headsmen from coming to the South. They had an issue of national concern to them, being their own Sharia. They wanted Sharia law in the North. And it was given to them. There was no legislation in the Federal House of Assembly, be it Senate or House of Reps. Nobody told the alkalis of the North or the Sultan of Sokoto, please go to National Assembly and discuss Sharia. Obasanjo just appraised and gave them Sharia without any fanfare. No fanfare. Are you listening to me? I want to unmask the hypocrisy of the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphates. Because they are hypocrites. I want to ask all of them, those of them talking and say, but you should have consulted, go to National. When they gave you Sharia under Obasanjo, did you go to National Assembly? A very simple question. You are begging them for restructuring. When they restructured Nigeria, did they beg you? They went to Obasanjo and said, if you don't do this, we'll start. Obasanjo gave them immediately. You have been debating restructuring for how many years? Do you know that God is wonderful? They cannot give you restructuring because that was the same thing that Ojukwu went to Aburi and agreed, and you said no. Now you want it. Are you following me? When the Fulani wanted to, because it is effective restructuring, Nigeria operates two systems. One Sharia, one common law, should I say, secular law. When Fulani wanted Sharia, as the South is now calling, some of them are calling for their restructuring. Fulani, did you go to National Assembly for laws to be made or passed granting you Sharia? It was an executive fiat by Obasanjo, and he granted you your Janjaweed Caliphate in the north. Now tell me, did anybody kill you when you were agitating for Sharia? It's a simple question I want to ask the bandit negotiator, Sheikh Gumi. All of you Fulani people, did anybody shoot at you when you were asking for Sharia? When you went on radios across the north, spewing your rubbish about Sharia and Islam, did anybody arrest you? You were effectively dividing Nigeria into two. One Muslim caliphate and one secular state. From the Middle Belt down. Did anybody disturb you? Were you arrested? Were you killed? I have all the laws of nature is on our side. We've done nothing wrong to you people. What you asked for and Obasanjo gave you is what we're asking for, and you're killing us. And you want me to remain in that same country. I think that you are grossly mistaken. Obasanjo was a mass murderer. He was the one that gave them Sharia. But in the South, he was killing Masop members. It was Buhari who said, Inshallah, that they will make sure that Sharia is implemented across the whole of Nigeria. In fact, let me refer to him across the whole of the north. Go and look. He was on a radio in the north, in Kaduna somewhere. People, we are great researchers in IPOB. Go and research it. Bring out that very clip. Nobody killed him. Nobody shot him. Can you imagine somebody rising up and saying that we want Christian laws in the South? DSS will take both the man, the woman, the family. They will even take the chicken from inside the chicken shed. But the late dead Buhari said it, and nothing happened, because now that is confirmation that the Fulani owns. All these people from the South saying our country, Nigeria, you people are foolish. Fulani owns, they believe they own. Do you hear Hausa anymore? When last did you hear Hausa Fulani? Zoological Republic. When last did you hear Hausa? It's not only Fulani now. Because the house is underneath their feet. And that is one thing that Katrina Lang, with the help of Ojo Zokalo in the east and the Tinubu in the west, is hoping to help them achieve. But they can never succeed. Never. I asked a question here, which I expect newspapers and columnists to write about tomorrow and next tomorrow. When the North were agitating for Sharia, did anybody shoot them or arrest them or castigate them? Nobody spoke, no film from the South. Nobody. How dare you? Who are you? Nigeria is theirs. Now you're asking for ordinary restructuring, and they have come out with all guns blazing. They want to tag ESN terror group because we defeated their own terrorist group. Then they have now brought the army. The army we are going to defeat, and they will bring the Air Force. And we will bring them down. And then after that, they will say, come, let's negotiate. That's how it goes all over the world. You think they're going to conquer us? This is not possible. You're about to see a movie, miracle. Because I asked Elohim, are you in heaven? I said, are you God? Are you in heaven? God said, I'm in heaven, presiding over the affairs of men on earth. I said that time has come. You're going to prove to the whole world that you're the God of these people. These your children. Because one day we are going to die and pass away, but your words will remain forever and ever. The time has come for you to prove to mankind that you are God of these people. These people named Chineke. It's about time you prove that you are their God. I'll try to build a picture for people to understand that by virtue of the statement made by Buhari when he was alive, that they want to spread Sharia all over the north, that Fulani British-backed satanic caliphate set out from the beginning to deceive, divide, and conquer indigenous populations in the zoo called Nigeria. That's their game plan, and they will never stop. Fulani will conquer all of you, unless you join IPOB now to put up a resistance. Time has gone for talk. We are now digging trenches. We need to stop them. They have come. We must stop them. And we are going to show the whole world now. Very shortly. The music, the reggae. We'll start dancing it soon. I'm warning you in advance. Our people, we are Republicans. You need to inform them of anything that you're going to do. So that way you can carry them along. I'm just informing them tonight. If you think I will allow Fulani to conquer our land, then you're dreaming. It won't happen. It won't happen, no. No, it's not going to happen. And I say, but you don't need to fight a war inside. Fight that. No. God said we should allow them to come in. Because it's going to destroy the Fulani Caliphate completely and totally. But the main bulk, the main thrust of their army is going to come to the east. And we're going to kill them in the east. And that's where they're going to die. Because we are going to compel them to fight every inch of the way. Every inch of land they advance, they're going to die. After this, all of you praise God in heaven. Not all this idol. Let us assume for one single second, in the case of this conflict, that violence begat violence. What violence did IPOB unleash on Nigeria that warranted Nigeria to be slaughtering, maiming, kidnapping, and raping people till this very day? I want the world to understand. Mbo massacre, Emene massacre, Iguacha Trump rally massacre, National High School Aba massacre, Isiama Faruku in my own house massacre. I want to ask everybody who is listening, what was our crime when all these massacres were happening? What did we do wrong? I'm sure you can't answer, can you? You can never ever answer, because our hands are clean. You know that. That is why we are undefeatable. We are the only people the zoo are afraid of. It's only IPOB led by Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu. No, others are irrelevant. And that's the truth. You know me, I speak the truth. I don't care how people feel. It's only us that are afraid of. That is why anything associated with IPOB, terrorism. And the media, the journalists they are telling to write this junk, cannot even ask them, but what are Fulani bandits? Are they missionaries? We are terrorists because we stop them from taking over our land. That is why we are terrorists. To tell you the arrogant, allow me to preach. It becomes please. Allow me to preach. I must preach this very gospel. To tell you the brazen arrogance of the Janjaweed Caliphate. Do you know what the President of the Senate said, Ahmed Lawan? Elected officials should not be leading any agitation. Well, the second in command, the Afonja, Wajabiamila, he was a Muslim changed to Christian, changed back again to Islam. Wajabiamila, whatever the idiot's name is. He said agitation may be genuine, but you know them, allocation. Fulani is holding them to their own simple allocation, their own money. Fulani is giving to them 2 million every month. Their brain, that's what matters to them. Not the welfare of their own people. The president of the Senate, Fulani Janjaweed Ahmed Lawan, said elected officials shouldn't be leading this agitation. What is the agitation? No? Just simple restructuring, not even to divide. And now, let me shock all of you. Do you remember during NSAS? I want to speak very slowly so people can understand me very well. Do you remember during NSAS? This same idiot kept saying, channel your grievances through we are in a democracy. Channel your grievances through your elected officials. Have you all forgotten? Nigerians, of course, you have forgotten. After all, you are in this UG. Do you remember when they said to us, go, even Buhari, when he was alive, Buhari said, if they're agitating, we have elected officials. Let them go through the elected officials. The same people that said go through elected, they have come back today to say, your elected officials should not be leading agitation. Are these the type of people we want to stay in the same country with? They don't even know what they're doing. You said to us, channel your agitation through your elected officials. Now they sat in Asaba and said, which I don't even support, I don't even believe in this stupid restructuring. They sat in Asaba and they discussed restructuring. You're coming back to say, the same Ahmed Lawan in the newspaper, he said, according to Vanguard newspaper, Lawan knocks southern governors over call for restructuring. Why? Says elected officials should not be leading agitation. But you are the same idiot that said that you should channel all your grievances through your electoral. That's how to do it in democracy. In a democracy, you go through your elected representatives. Now they met in Asaba to reflect the views, so they said, of their people. And you're saying they are wrong. Now I want to ask him, if the governor should not be leading the agitation, who should? I take it by default, it should be ordinary people. Is that not what IPOB is doing and you're killing us? This is to let you understand that Fulani, they believe they own Nigeria. They can do anything, they can say anything. Nobody will arrest them, nobody will touch them. And the most difficult and painful part is that all of you shouting one Nigeria from the south, you are the cause of this problem. Like Ihanacho and Ndidi. Check it up on there, carrying zoo flag running all over the place like a bunch of idiots. People, no wonder we are so easily colonized. I say, and they will suffer for it. The same people that said, channel your grievances through your elected representatives are the same people complaining that the same people that was elected, the governors, should not be agitating for something that they claim their population is asking for. I now want to ask all of you from the south, with this type of brain, reasoning, understanding being exhibited by the Fulani, this is a whole president of the Senate. How can you be in the same country with such a person? I'm asking you a simple question. Hey, a man that I respect very much, I didn't mention his name before, of course, Professor Akintoye, a man I have immense love and regard for. A man I have immense love and regard for. All these stupid people. All so foolish. Zoo flag, not even ashamed of yourselves. You will see how disgrace will come upon you. Because you have brought curse upon yourself. Fulani people brainwashed to think Nigeria belongs to them. Professor Akintoye, a man that I respect and I love immensely. Professor Banji Akintoye on Wednesday disclosed that he is fighting for the actualization of the independence of the Yoruba nation. Akintoye went on to say that Fulani people have been brainwashed to think that Nigeria belongs to them. No! It is your brother Chinedu who is making them to feel Nigeria belongs to them. It is the likes of Joseph Carlo that gave the Fulani the impetus to think Nigeria belongs to them. Your average Nigerian from the south is the idiot that makes the Fulani to think that Nigeria belongs to them. These are some of the things that you must bear in mind. These are some of the things that you must know. My dear uncle, Professor Akintoye, the fault is not with the Fulani. The fault lies with those from the middle belt and from the south who for years, through a bizarre combination of foolishness and what I call monumental buffoonery, and despite their so-called education, they think they can share a country with a group of wandering vandals with a conquistador mentality. Let me try and break it down. You cannot be in the same country with a people who are nomads with a mentality to conquer you. Therefore, any day you are shouting one Nigeria, believe you me, you are preparing yourself for conquest. Because Nigeria belongs to the Fulani people. One idiot is saying, actually, this UG black, leave football and focus on. And I tweeted before I came on air, have you not seen Gerard PK before? Go to my tweet and say it. I tweeted it there. And these UG useless idiots. If you have any brain, will you be in the zoo? You are trying to advise me. As you leave football, I say, you can see how foolish they are. How foolish they are. Do you see Pep Guardiola is the best football manager in the whole world? He believes in Catalonia. Go and say it. You know Gerard Piqué, over 103 caps for Spain. He has won the World Cup, European Championships. You understand that very well. Countless European Cups and countless La Liga titles. Is he close to Piqué? In terms of ranking and status, you cannot see PK with Catalonia flag. You idiots, black monkeys from everywhere. This UG trying to advise me. I shouldn't talk about footballers. Who told you that? He should change his name to Abdul Mumumi Katangora. Maybe I'll leave him alone. You answer Ihanacho. You answer Ndidi. You are a Biafran, idiots. You are trying to advise. Let no more Coco. Do you have light? You are trying to advise somebody that has 24 hours electricity. Go and fetch water from the borehole and drink and suffer from typhoid in 2 weeks' time. Coco. They leave footballers alone. Nara. That was how you let people alone. People were killed at football. Leave them alone. Killed at leave them alone. Black people. Leave them alone. This UG. Dr. Nnamdi studied history, so he must have known what the Fulanese had in store for everybody. All of you, if you read history, I'm sure that Professor Banji Akintoye is a professor of history, so he must know. He must understand. Leave footballers alone. I forgot. Black, this UG, black people. Sometimes I hate blacks, so I'm being honest with you. Hey, there's a way, the reason you just want to slaughter all of them. In this UG, you are a useless set of people. Cannot reason properly. Black. Leave footballers alone. Leave them alone. No. You cannot see Gerard Piqué with Catalonia flag. You moron. I think he studied history, but he did nothing with it. He was aware of the fact that Fulani people used Hausa informants and insiders to defeat Hausa people. And any Nigerian who is aware of this very fact can never support one Nigeria. Forget about everything. Forget your hatred for freedom and everything. I want every intellectual. I want every sophisticated moron in the zoo. Simply study Hausa. Forget about everything else. Hate me all you like. Intellectual, go and study what happened to Hausa people, because it is going to happen to you. As simple as that. Now, let me tell you one thing that you don't know. It was only 2 or 3 days ago, I was reminiscing and researching and thinking, and I kept asking myself, that Chief Awolowo was a learned man. Obafemi Awolowo was a learned man. Why did he reject Biafra and Ojukwu and everything, even including Aburi? Then something occurred to me. that Chief Obafemi Awolowo realized what the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate were up to. That was why he spent many years trying to convince Nnamdi Azikiwe to join him to secure the South. When Azikiwe said no, Awolowo said to hell with you. Awolowo went to the Yoruba land to secure his people. So some of you may be asking, but how did I draw such a conclusion that may be at odds with contemporary thinking about Awolowo's legacy? Let me answer you this question. Obafemi Awolowo was not a tribalist. He was a realist. Ahmadu Bello, who is a direct descendant of the conquerors from Futajalon, was the real tribalist. Dr. Azikiwe was just a mere dreamer, like a grasshopper jumping from place to place in the summer. So during the winter, it failed to store enough food. It died, and the ants came and picked it up and ate it. Azikiwe was a dreamer. When Awo tried and failed to convince him that the South should break away from the North and mind their own business, Azikiwe said no. Awo left him and said, let me now devote my time and my love for my own people. So what we are doing today, in essence, Awolowo was the forerunner of it. Go and take care of your own people. And that is what Professor Banji Akintoye, what I believe Are Gani Adams, Sunday Igboho, and all the rest are doing today, and I commend them. I commend them, and I commend them. They should continue. Look at how we are all hailing the get-together of the southern governors. Imagine if Awolowo and Azikiwe ever got together. Do you think we'll be in this mess today? Ordinary meeting called by Fulefus and the slaves of the Janjaweed. And everybody is rejoicing. Imagine if Awo and Zeke had worked together. Hey, my goodness. What a country, zoological republic. Now let me tell you their game plan. Please bear with me, I'm preaching. Let me tell you their game plan. That was why I was against the state formation in Nigeria. I told you this from day one. Because when they create a state, they take away your identity. You are nobody anymore. You are the mercy of the Janjaweed Caliphate. And surprise, surprise, the same idiot called Ahmed Lawan, the president of the Senate of the Zoo, he said he is against restructuring. Why? Because the restructuring will go back to the regions and they don't want it. Is it clear now? Is it in punch again? The president of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, has faulted calls for restructuring by southern governors. I believe that as leaders, especially those of us who are elected into office, should not be at the forefront of calling for this type of thing, restructuring. Why? Because it will start a regional campaign. It should be state-based. Go and agitate for your state. Not Biafra region or Eastern region, not Western region, not Midwest, for those who want that rubbish. Not for Middle Belt. No, it shouldn't be regional. It should be by state. Do you know why they want it by state? So they can send their DSS director to your state. They send their police commissioner to your state from Fulani land. They decide what happens, who lives and who dies. But if we go back to regions, they cannot do it. Because every region will be autonomous. Is it very clear to you now? So all of you monkeys clamoring for extra state creation, you are fools. You don't know nothing. You know nothing. Your brains are empty. Do you know how they started creating states in the zoo? Was to divide you. That is why I said that, we black people, we have no sense of perspective. We never go back. How did states manage to arise in Nigeria? It is to make you submissive to the dictates of the Janjaweed Caliphate. Cross River, Ogoja and River State. Gowon said, I am creating these states to spite Ojukwu and to kill off Biafra. Today I am from Rivers. I'm Rivers. Previous man, papi water. Papi water. When we are coming for, he said, nobody can. I'm not going to kill you before your time. I'm not going, you see what will happen to you. You see what will happen to you. You will see what will happen to you. The same people that said military offensive against Boko Haram is anti-North. The same people. The same people. This day, newspaper publication, 3rd of June, 2013. Buhari said so. You see, the Fulanis are not as confused as some of you think. They are well focused and getting the country Islamized. They are deceiving the southern Ifulefus and the intellectuals. They are deceiving the sophisticated morons from the Middle Belt and also from the West, using different tactics. But those who honestly calculate, if you calculate their game plan very well, you will know that their end game is total Islamization, total Fulanization. The people are finished. Save this very broadcast so that when it happens, the whole world will know. This is Tambuwa Papi Water. Make him mouth. The world will hear your story. And when it happens, people must remember that we went to Obi and killed 8 people the other day. And we are our people must be very vigilant. We are in a state of war. If you're drinking and moving about and doing binsing, putting your jeans around your buttocks and walking up and down, you are risking your life. Do not move about alone. We are in a state of war. But of course, some of you are black people and you will not listen until it happens. Then you start complaining. I don't want all these lamentations on Facebook. I don't do social media. I don't want that rubbish anymore. If you see them abducting people, go and kill them. Stop them. Not this stupid lamentation all the time. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick. I only wrote one letter this year to Biden to stop them from selling arms to the zoo, and they ran to China. They're in Shanghai now purchasing weapons to come and Islamize you. They want to remove, they are flying this kite now that Buhari has dementia and health problems. He has dementia. He's not going anywhere, he must be exposed. I know what they're planning to do. They want to maybe put Oshibajo there and say, dear Buhari, that fresh boy has dementia. When he was speaking on channels, did it sound as if he had dementia? Not at all. That war they're bringing to the East is going to happen. And when the war happens, the world will call him for a meeting. And I trust the Western world. They will put on heater. So that mask will melt on his face. His wax, it will melt on his face. And then the shame of the zoo will become public. They said somebody kicked against the southern governors, their meeting, calling for restructuring. We are against it. Northern leaders are not happy with governors from the southern part of the country. But I'll ask them once again, when you are agitating for your Sharia law, did anybody from the south talk? It was a southern man, so to speak, Obasanjo, that gave you Sharia. Do you see how hypocritical you people are? I think even one of them had the temerity to go live on air to talk rubbish. That is why I am warning Yoruba journalists. People are making life worse for the ordinary people. Yoruba journalists, you must try as much as possible to be objective and try to write the truth at all times. I think it was Malcolm X that said, if you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. That was what they did for many years. Deceived the Yoruba youths. That IPOB was against Yoruba people. Nnamdi Kanu is against Yoruba. He's anti-Yoruba. He's this. When it's a lie. It is the same IPOB fighting for you. Now they have realized that people was fighting for them. Yoruba newspapers, please. 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 That is the reason why I was very, very bitter and upset the way they covered the arrest of one 60-year-old man. And in Nigeria, they love to reduce the age. They arrested one man, they called Zawurum, that came to my house to take pictures with me. They reduced his age from 60 to 48. So I'm now older than Awurum. He was a father and soon to be grandfather. He was arrested in Abia State where he sought refuge after this same army destroyed his house in his village. They gave him a fake title, Deputy ESN Commander. My God. And like Tinubu, they reduced his age from 60 to... That is the new craze in Nigeria, reduction of age, football age. They reduced his age from 60 to 48. Poor man, I feel sorry for him. This is now the new trend, age reduction. The Flanagan Janjaweed criminals that run the affairs of the zoo called Nigeria think that the best place to always start is through lies and age falsification. The late dead Buhari, who is almost 90 years of age, is only 76. Bola Tinubu, who is 79, is now 69, which means he gave birth to his daughter at the age of 9. Zoological Republic, people without shame, this UG, black people, that is why we are poor. Very, very backwards, retrogressive. Our thinking is poor, very, very wretched, I'm telling you the truth. They captured the 60 years because they know if they mention his real age, people will say, but how can a 60-year-old man be a commander in the field? They said he's 48. Abraham's first child is almost 40. God in heaven. They think if they do it, it will pain us. Arrest as many as you like. Kill as many as you like. We are going to arrest you and we're also going to kill you back. Be rest assured. That Armageddon you want, you're going to have it. Simple as that. What I find not only ridiculous but astonishing is that establishment newspapers in Nigeria and media houses still living in the bygone era of Fulani domination of Yoruba land. Like some of the journalists are still doing their best to support their Janjaweed masters. Always doing their best to support the Fulani. I don't know why they do it. Nobody investigated who Aworom is. Even the Fulanized BBC could not ask who is Aworom, how old is he, where is he from? How can he be ESN deputy commander? If you take pictures with me now, you are a target. Please be very careful. I've asked all of you, destroy your old phones. All officers, you must move house. Change your number. Throw away your phones, please, and bury them. Change your number. Mind those you talk to because we're in a state of war. It's not going to kill you because Biafra is at hand. It is not going to kill you to be incommunicado, to go underground. We are in a war. All able-bodied men should go into the bush and stop the advance of this army, or else they will kill you. If you're in the township, they will arrest you, they will abduct you. Of course, you will not listen. Children of this age, they don't listen anymore. They say, army. This is from Poncho. Oh, God. I'm a NAB suspected IPOB leader. Everybody's IPOB leader. Everything is IPOB leader. Punch is a Yoruba newspaper. Punch is in Lagos. And inside Lagos, is all the bushes around Lagos, you have Al-Shabaab in it. So this Punch newspaper, they think that when they come, they'll say, oh, they will be supporting the Fulani. We support Islamization of Nigeria. They will leave you and you go scot-free. They will also behead you. I must ask Yoruba journalists not to be evil, please. You people are the ones encouraging the Fulani Janjaweed. Yoruba journalists, you people are the ones encouraging the Fulani takeover of Nigeria. Let me read one thing that Temitope Akintola said. He said, one thing I find quite strange and annoying is this. How did Nnamdi Kanu predict clearly what this government would look like? Yet our many prophets cannot. Because I was sent by heaven itself. Everything I tell you is gospel. We are whiter than white and whiter than snow. Anything I tell you is gospel from heaven. Let me play for you the unbridled, annoying arrogance of the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate. That you may understand, all of you. That you may understand. Because most of you don't quite understand. Some of you don't actually know what is going on. You have no idea what is happening. That is why Fulani is playing with you. Let me play for you what one Fulani man said. And my response to him is always the same. Always the same. How come when the people were agitating, for Sharia in the north, nobody from the south intervened? How come now that the South are saying they want something and all of you from the North are jumping up and down? Listen.
Ask almost 13, 15 governors that met in that hotel.
Was there any of the Fulani leaders consulted?
They didn't consult Fulani leaders.
Any of the Fulani leaders consulted?
Are you listening? The Fulani man is
So
talking.
they are there making laws for people that they have not consulted. There's a problem with government. Disconnected, out of touch with realities of people. You must sit down and talk with people you are making laws for.
Okay.
None of those governors have sat down with Fulani leaders in wherever they are and tell them what we are planning to do, or what we're going to do, or what opportunities are there. And then they are sitting down there and making laws.
All right.
Be careful.
Be careful. I'll play it for you again so you understand. I'm playing this thing for Yoruba journalists. I'm playing this for Igbo Efulefus. I'm playing this thing for intellectuals. I'm playing it for all the sophisticated idiots, for right across the zoo. Everybody carrying green, white, green flag. This man is telling you how foolish you are. He was complaining that the southern governors met in Asaba and decided to ban open grazing, that the Fulanis were not there. But all of you making laws for the East. Is there any Easterner who is part of your security architecture? It's a simple question which nobody can answer. Let me play it again for Punch. Are you listening? Punch news over all these idiotic Fulani supporting papers in the zoo. All those useless, idiotic journalists. Are you listening? I want to play it for you. You are the ones encouraging these idiots from the Futajalon Mountains. You are the ones encouraging Fulani to take over our land. I want you to listen and listen very carefully. Listen.
Is that Gandhi said, whatever you do for me without me is against me. Ask all those, 13, 15 governors that met in that hotel. Was there any of the Fulani leaders consulted? Any of the Fulani leaders consulted? So they are there making laws for people that they have not consulted. There's a problem with government. Disconnected, out of touch with realities of people. You must sit down and talk with people you are making laws for.
Like IPAB.
None of those governors have sat down with Fulani leaders in wherever they are and tell them what we are planning to do, or what we're going to do, or what alternatives are there. And then they are sitting down there and making laws.
All right.
Be careful.
Be careful. He warned the useless, idiotic journalist. Be careful. And idiot is calling him sir. Yes, sir. The zoo president, whoever is wearing the mask, had a National Security Council meeting without a single person from the East present. And they took decisions to deploy the army to the East. That is how foolish foreign people are, very jaundiced and selective memory. That's what they have. What does this man mean anyway? He was asking, were there any Fulani leaders among the southern governors meeting? How many meetings have Fulani leaders held before with Southerners in it? Show me one. These guys are something else, so I'm telling you. Anyway, I don't blame him. I blame all the southern leaders and politicians, all these idiots, intellectuals, writing garbage all the time. Go on with your shameless arrogance, Fulani. Oh dear me. Only a few days ago in Asorok, Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed, masquerading as Buhari, had a national security meeting mainly for South and South. Yet no single person from the region was in that meeting. Yet the meeting was for the same region security. And let me remind this Fulani Janjaweed man what he doesn't know. At that national security meeting that was held, Osibanjo was there, Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed was there, wearing Buhari the face mask. Boss Mustafa was there. Lucky Iraba is a Muslim, he's married to a Fulani woman, he's not Igbo. People should stop talking rubbish. Ibrahim Gambari was there. Baba Gana Monguno was there. Abubakar Malami was there. Bashir Salihu Magachi was there. Ibrahim Atahiru was there. Awal Zubairu was there. Usman Al-Khali Baba was there. Yusuf Magaji Bichi was there. Ahmed Rufai Abubakar was there. Not even a single decent Yoruba man is there. It's only Shibajo. They gathered to address insecurity in the southeast. Yet no southeasterner was present in that meeting. That meeting was not a solution to the zoo's problem. Rather, it was a meeting to consolidate the nepotism, tribalism, and cronyism of the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate. As one man said, Abiola, you cannot shave a man's head in his absence. As he was trying to say, that Gandhi said, any laws or decisions you take without me present is against me. But you decided to deploy troops to the east, to the southeast. Let me use the southeast in this instance. And there was no southeasterner in that very meeting. The same Fulani Janjaweed is talking today. That is who they are. And their newspaper, their trumpet, which is Daily Trust, have spoken. Ndume tackles South governors for rejecting open ban grazing. Because I told you they planned all these things. Oh, I wish the South can understand. But it's too late now, maybe. They need to take all of you over. And that is why the zoo must fall. Their mouthpiece is Daily Trust. Have you ever seen or read from Daily Trust, anything antagonistic towards the Janjaweed Caliphate? They are there to defend them. The same thing with Premium Times. That's what they do. It's only in the South people try to, their own stupid objectivism is to try to promote Fulani domination of their own land. Such idiocy, such foolishness. What I want to reiterate tonight for the whole world to understand is that the federal government of Nigeria, under whoever is wearing their mask, under this APC bandit government, is the father of terrorism. So it is quite laughable that they said they are prosecuting those who are sponsoring terrorism. Now, do you know what Arewa said? Those asking for restructuring want Nigeria to disintegrate. But when you wanted Sharia, you don't want Nigeria to disintegrate. I don't blame you. I blame all the idiots from the South, their governors, their politicians, all the fools who cannot stand up to support IPOB and ESN to confront the Fulani Janjaweed. Those are the people that I blame. I don't blame the Fulani in one bit. And I thank you all for listening this very evening, and I must make it very, very clear, please. Every frontline officer must go on the ground. I'm also announcing, for the benefit of what we are doing on the ground, please, every frontline officer must move from where they are, dislocate, and stop communicating with people unless they are the hierarchy. Nobody should have your number. I have said this thing so many times that some of you do not, I don't know what is wrong with you. You see, every phone you should have must have signal on it. Even if you're using WhatsApp, it cannot be the same number as to the number that is inside your phone. Only make calls using social media applications. Therefore, the SIM card inside your phone should only be for data purposes. The number for your WhatsApp must be different. There are IPOB families all over the world. I'm asking them this night or afternoon or morning, depending on whether, make many numbers available so that people can activate their social media platforms, be it Signal, be it Telegram, with foreign numbers, not numbers of the zoo. Everybody outside, a family member of this noble IPOB, get as many lines as possible. Give it to people. Let somebody back home, you put in a new SIM card in a new phone. Don't give the number to anybody. Now you now call an IPOB family member abroad who will now activate. You now download any app you want, be it WhatsApp, be it whatever. Download it, Signal, download it on your phone. They will ask you for your telephone number. Give them that number abroad. That very family member will be with that very phone. So when they ask you, put in the code, we've sent a code to your number. That very person will tell you the code, you put it in your phone, and your social media platform is activated. Do not use zoo numbers. Do not use numbers from Nigeria to go into WhatsApp, don't even let anybody have your number. If somebody wants to call you, tell them to call you on Signal. If they cannot call you on Signal, tell them to keep trying until they get network. I'm telling you the truth. That will save your life. All these abductions will stop. People get abducted because they are holding on to their old numbers that people have. Once they arrest somebody, they take their phones, they go through their phones, they start looking for who next to go and abduct. That is DSS for you. That is the way they operate. How many times will I tell you this? Please. And all of you must, all the big, heavy hitters, all the big officers must move homes. Relocate your families and let nobody know where you are. And if you're going to save the number of a family member, please use a nickname. Don't write that person's name again. And for all you saboteurs, you can see how it's going, isn't it? They are falling already. It's not everything you announce live on air. I thank you all for listening this very evening, morning, noon, and night, depending on where you are. And I must reiterate with every clarity and sense of purpose, for those who do not know before to understand now, that to us, Biafra is more than a nation, more than a country. To us, it is our religion. And here on radio, Biafra is where we worship. Because Elohim Adonai Shaddai is our God. I thank you very much for listening. And from me, from here, with all the love in my heart, believe it or not, I talk to you the way I do because I love you. It is good evening.
Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. The Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations, a Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, how should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political, cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Ambazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family. indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
My people, listen. I am that I am. I will bless whoever blessed you, and I will curse whoever cursed you. War against the kingdom of darkness that stands against God's people of Biafra. The more you try to stop us on this united movement, the more we unite with more great people, and more real brave people keep multiplying up. Revolutionary blast the Babylonians, for the Biafrans came from Israelite. Tell us how Addis Ababa came from. Destroy the invention. Make sure you destroy every being that stands as destruction obstruction. Damn the demon incarnate hiding under the umbrella of American and British world power. The blasphemous. Babylonian surprised how we survived the strike of 1967. Bomb bullet the project. It's hardcore Biafran striving for heaven with psychological object. You can't stop the revolutionary strive. The media life from generation to generation just to fly, but we bring you down with the Biafran necktie. Testify, bonify, 45 Biafran rose with the tools to blow. We've beyond perspective point, consuming so many history books. As the years took for us to trace the truth to the roots, they used to roost the home of the braves. Cause we were blinded with white men lies they imposed on our region. We were civilized with the Jewish religion before the white men disease came to Black Gold Kingdom. With their demons they chain our freedom. We took fortitude for all the pains we passed through. The era of slavery to date bondage. General Dumegu Dike Ojukwu, greatest in charge of all time, retired but never get tired of the struggle he took. Prophet Nnamdi is anointed with the struggle. More nothing to lose. Let the era of IPO be burned till they're all gone to see them no more. Back in the days when I was blind like you, struggling for better days hope. Used to hide from cops to smoke in the cemetery with my infantry friend dying in conspiracy insurgency. Now time is necessary to pray with my brethren in the territory, for the nation of Biafra must be restored. For our enemies don't deserve the love, for so many scores execute war. The holy language Ishmael lineage understood is shedding of blood. Soon the angels saw will descend on Babylonia, and the arena of bastard saboteurs trying to be heroes, but they're going down zeros. IPO became with unused skills, broke the code on the globe like virus on control. You don't even know. We spoke and poke out your indigenous people already say no to ethanol and tobacco. White men blood. Our soul have reconciled with our God for the Biafran exodus. For IPOB don't go for illegal money when their brothers' eye closed like those hanging out late night like ghosts with useless hope, waiting for brown envelope to kiss your brother's souls. Like when the Biafran fighting Cold War, white Britain shipping Biafran black gold. Or Juanes Ndi, but mine is dynamic. You will never know who love you the most, and that's why many made wrong choice when presenting them roles. We are untouchable, unstoppable, unseparable folks. We must cross to our promised land of blessing and riches. You can die, rest in pieces, you snitches. Saved by the indigenous witches, for we got a key. Time has come that the land soil will reject you all and your dead bodies. We believe on nobody but Tetragrammaton. For this is the end of Islamic Zoological Republic of Nigeria. It's become the throne of demons since the amalgamation. All the families have soldiered up on the Papa Green land, on black boot and tools. Don't use skills, soldier up, ever ready to go. For they've wake up dead people from sleep of no return till we get it done. Like a revenge of America of September 11, when God of Israel had a departed soul petition from heaven. So shall he digest it through the hardcore Biafran squad.
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
We suffer multicultural slavery, full ownership to the new world. Britain came in, the game changed, more horrible. Introducing Biafra to ethanol, alcohol, damaged body system, and tobacco, nicotine causing cancer. Biafra nation was established by Lord Afra, 8500 BC. And Britain came in, destroy our ecosystem king. Lord Lugard will kill our fathers to amalgamate us with Nigeria contraction to be Muslim since 1914. 1929, killing of about women riot. For so long they have been killing Biafrans till date. Britain brought MSTs to deceive. All they done for us is not to trace our origin back. They don't give a fuck about our hurt, rather value Biafran world. Don't bomb babies were beheaded, lynched in the street, set ablaze in their homes. Children taken from school and executed with impunity. And guess we're taken from their schools to leprosy. And other people with other diseases keep raping them. Beheaded pregnant women were chipped to death, and their unborn babies taken out of their stomach and killed as well. Men and children of all ages were thrown into the well of less bread, steady screaming, crying for help, but the rest of the world act deaf. The Britain and Nigerian government fill up dead to 40 food with heavy stones. Some were forced to eat fishes and drink urine with no hope. They bombed civilians in the hospitals, markets, churches, and at their homes. Biafra homeland became a rain of skulls and bones. The ever worst war crime in the whole world after the Jewish Holocaust. Still, the blood wasn't enough for the beast warmongers. British sent troops with warplane mortars, grenades, executing innocent blood of Ayakarome in brutal cancer. Currently, 4 weeks Buhari integrated. He used helicopter and napalm bomb Akwa Ibom coast using AK-47 war guns, shooting Calabar people in the night. All Nigerian armed forces execute IPOB in Aba, in Oiwacha, in Onitsha, main bridge in Nkpo. Abakaliki, Dorman land never be exceptional. They harass and execute many communities in Enugu. 30th May Memorial Day of Fallen Heroes, turn bloody. They broke into the churches with no respect to God. Start arresting, executing people, raping Biafran women. Using Boko Haram trained by Saudi Arabia among their 84 terrorist group. And America did nothing at all. So many unforgiving sin till thy kingdom come. We will never forget this till thy kingdom come. For the properties the seized, giving us 20 pounds. After warfare, for the welfare of our world, they ripped in pieces. Sending us to open new market in the forest with 20 pounds. Now you call it Alaba International Market. An updated Britain who were past and present against Biafra succeeded. Now fought and gotten India succeed from European Union. American state who support freedom of speech only on the lips to black people. Biafran came looking for freedom. We realized American Britain kingdom are ruled by incarnates of demons. No surprise American give the logic to those behind the scopic who make the mechanic plot execution of skulls of 1967 unique people. I know many won't understand it, like magic from aquatic. Take and listen to one of my speech brethren, or make it so fair. Stop corporate news lying to you and your children. Do you ever thought how Islam came into existence? Do you ever thought how Islam came into the place you are living? Do your memory ever connect to how your grandfather's religion was raised? They execute many black skulls before imposing Islam into African region. Out of fear, many souls were submissive to Islam religion. So many souls Muslim rule. Got people real fool about the inferior system Islam religion. It's ever lied told before that Islam is a peaceful religion. This is a paradox they use to cripple Turkey and to see Africa as a land of monkey to mockery. My papa told me Biafran story, so shall I tell my unborn kids about the worry. Watching Biafra documentary issue, reminiscing tears as the years took ever gone. It's over if you don't believe worship a tetragrammaton. You don't deserve to sleep with Biafra Kakadonis. For the Biafran till we gone. Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Only on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Calling on the global world.
Make way for Biafra.
I know I can't speak like you all, but you all understand me well. For the black people hemisphere, you soak in the red, and you sleep comfortable on bed. Soon the reward of death will visit you all from hell. For the petition of people you sent to the grave, have answered by God of the braves. Caught you all of a warrior bird, memory of imperialism, slaverism, colonialism, religion, terrorism. Ever since the end of Biafran defense war, agreement was made, no victor, no vanquish. Promises was made for Nigerians to build infrastructure and rehabilitation for Biafrans. Biafrans. But when Biafran came for late redemption, Nigeria government gone. This picture is never wrong. They don't want us to live on. They thought all the hard cores are dead gone, but they get it wrong. Nnamdi Kanu overthrown the white and black man dragon with 50 million resurrected hardcore Biafras with machine guns. Testify ready to die even they keep the bullet fly. For we have born raised in the bomb area condemned by the Catholic Church. We understood the mystery behind such, but to rather unite IPOB meant much for our souls sold not for gold. For so long constantly searching for knowledge from a distance. Instantly wisdom was there before civilization came into existence. You can reason up the circumstance why Biafran from ages always stand famed for resistance through our system of transistence persistence. Even though most of us locked up in the cage like Roman Empire details before technology came to mankind knowledge. The Roman Empire under Illuminati one goal, stole God religion and painted it illusional, made people wallowing in the bloody satanic ocean of fire. So much unwaste damages to date. Nobody give a fuck about protecting my race. So I hold on with 8 key on the revolution face to bring down the disgrace. For we gone to school to be nobody's slave. They want us to keep it living dark life. Look around, poor healthcare, no warfare, always warfare against us and hemisphere. What unfair, people get disappear, and the mouthpiece of the sea are living in fear. The rest acting deaf ear on our bloody tears. Our politicians dress us each time they execute our blood with euphemism speech. They have sunk our organic hemisphere with the human blood and destroy our aquatic species with chemicals entitled with aftermath of getting cancer. And our chieftains and elders are blind, telling us to listen to the saga. Conspiracy going on and laid by the inventories. They infiltrate for us to go for war instantly, with none of the children serving in infantry. Religious war is the reason primarily African territory has become cemetery for terrorism. We are Muslims executing innocent Christians and Jewish mercilessly. And American power did nothing to Saudi Arabia of sponsoring and supporting 84 terrorist group in the era of 24th century. Police action in Russia for Western power to get easy access to all and beyond former USSR geographical territory under their control watch. But we bring the truth out to our people who are still blind of the search, like during the expository essay of the Holocaust of the Jewish. And if you stand in my way of getting freedom through, my tools will blast you so hard it will get next bastard. Beautiful finesse to use trying to screw. And I salute on my loyal black boot to my Biafran revolution crew, standing with my symbolic flag. We Biafran build America. Now people who doesn't know how the basic foundation of United States of America, they migrated from different parts of universal base, enjoying our labor and our sweat faces. And origin people who build Americans still suffering today. Only option left for us is dead. But I promise my Biafran pillars to deliver no shiver till they stop calling us niggas. Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a foreign land. Hey, no good day. Calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a foreign land. Hey, no good day. Calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
Biafra's struggle can never be unrewarded struggle. Remember, after rain, there comes sunshine. I remember for every dark night, there is a bright day after that. So it's afternoon now, but I say good morning to my Biafrans. The sun has risen and shining where there is no light, and that's the symbolic meaning of the sun appearance in the Biafran flag. Do remember danger is real, but fear is the choice. But don't be victim of kingdom that will never last your freedom. Receive Western education just to know the basics. No mortal can change the past, and no mortal can make the future. You are just an instrument to be used by the Universal King. Remember, just like you have the power to manufacture and control minimum and maximum seconds under your wristwatch. There is someone above your origin, creates and has dominion over you and your strange functional and sectional object you made. So life never comes by chance, it goes to you, a taste. So remain resolute, because when comes confusion, reality becomes illusion. Letter to my Biafrans. The best African revolution ever strategized is the Biafran one of the world top first-class revolution ever exemplifying the history of mankind, ever known to extend the man. Politics and corruption on the hip-hop industry silent my speech, but Biafra brought back my voice to strike a project on the psychological object. So why try to blame us? So many lies was told to our brothers and sisters that were sold out to slavery. But I'm here to delegate the truth at the time. We did not land on the white man Plymouth land, but white men landed on black people Plymouth land. So what I'm saying is, we on our own when the white man disease came into our existence, ruined so many souls of the black people. But Biafrans are here one more time to restore the real nomenclature of the real mechanism or framework of the true worship of Yahweh, Chukwokika Abiyama. On this revolution project with no mind to accept evolution anymore. This is not voluntary, but it's mandatory only if you realize who you are and what you are as a human being. I think no need to tell the rest of the world that we are blessed with the best. So I have sacrificed my life, Biafra or dead. Biafra! Worldwide! Fuck all yo! It's time to go home, brothers and sisters. Biafra, crack the dawn is signing out. Signing out.
Peace must be our goal and our guide. And all that we strive for as a human family, dignity and hope, progress and prosperity, depends on peace. But peace depends on us.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning, the world, wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much for watching Punchline Africa Television. This is the only television in the world, in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, that talks about Africa. What ails Africa? What kills Africa? Where are we? Why are we the continent with perennial conflicts? Why are our people abusing human rights? Why are people being killed? Why is there Boko Haram? Why is there Al-Shabaab? Why is there a war in northern Mozambique? Today from Cairo to Cape Town, Dar es Salaam to Lagos, Lagos to Abuja, Abuja to Port Harcourt, Gabon. Today from Maputo to Rwanda, Kinshasa, Accra, Tripoli. What is happening in Tripoli makes Africa look a very bad continent. My show this morning is a simple show. I'm going to see what we can do for Africa. I have stood firm for the last 5 years
I've stood firm on this television station, stood by the people of Biafra. I am not going to be intimidated, but I will ask the questions that are supposed to be asked. General Buhari has not answered my questions for the last 5 good years. I have sent messages for them to answer why people in that great nation of Africa, with a population of 220 million people, why are people dying? Why are human rights abuses taking place? Why are tribes, the Fulani killing the Igbo, Christians being killed by Islamists, Boko Haram taking people, killing people day and night, abducting young girls who should be in school? I want General Buhari. I am also a general. I left the army with a rank lower than yours, but in the rank of a brigadier general by rebel activities that I've conducted worldwide to struggle, the struggle for my country. We shook hands and we left. But I want to ask a question. Why have you left Nigeria to collapse an economic big hub for the people of Africa? We look at you with the huge population, and you are there as a president, claiming to be a president. That you have no moral authority. You promised people in your first term, General Buhari, that you will finish Boko Haram in 100 days. Are you part of Boko Haram? These are the questions that I want to put across. Our television station wants people to understand why Nigeria is collapsing, why Nigeria is disintegrating. Is there a state called Nigeria anymore? Because I don't see it. It has fallen to bandits, hostage takers, kidnappers, Boko Haram, people coming, corruption, people coming in the southeast, killing people. The people of Onitsha. I have a friend in Onitsha who always documents everything. And by the way, Buhari, I'm also an international lawyer. I'm waiting for Fatou Bensouda to leave the scene. If they have spared you there, I'm going to take you there. I have a right as a citizen, as a member of the United Nations, as a member of International Criminal Court. My country has signed a signatory to ICC. I'll deliver you there. It doesn't need a Nigerian to deliver you in the ICC. So take notes on this show and understand we are not joking. You might joke with Nigerians whom you cut their limbs off every day. But some of us are going to take serious international channels to make sure that you land in, whether you wait as a president today or a former president, you will be answerable to the atrocities that you have committed against the people of Nigeria and the Biafran people. Thank you very much. My guest today in the studio, whom I'm interviewing, this is the general headquarters of Punchline Africa Television. We want to take the opportunity to thank the government of Republic of Kenya, the East African community, the African continent, for listening to our plea, giving us the freedom to discuss issues that destroy Africa. We have no regrets for stating statements truthfully what is going on in Africa. The truth is that there is no Nigeria anymore. And if Africans are waiting for Nigeria, and they go to AU and they say, we have Nigeria, we have Buhari, maybe we have Buhari 6.1 feet, but we don't have Nigeria. I have no good words. His Excellency President Buhari has to pull up his socks. We are crying for the Nigerians, for the state of Nigeria. It is collapsing. The killings, the murder, the rape, the defilement, the destruction of property, the slaughter of youth, because of one thing they ask for, freedom to express themselves, is what makes me very upset. But let me cool down and I come to my guest. My guest today is Mr. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. Welcome to the show, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for having me on your wonderful program today. It's an honor. I've been looking forward to for a very long time. For very many years we've been watching you, and I'm glad to be here today.
Thank you very much. Today we are honored, and we want to start off by giving you a chance for us to know you, because many of my people in Kenya, and as you are aware, Kenya is the chairperson of Africa Peace Security Council. The authorities in this country, Kenya, are watching. They want to know the difficulties that you have. Two, Kenya also has a lot of Nigerian refugees who have come to Kenya to apply for asylum, especially from the southeast of the Biafran area. They are here, and we should not keep quiet and tell lies. There are many here. They want to know in East Africa, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Zimbabwe. I've found very many of them. Zimbabwe has given them a lot of asylum. We want to know you. Who are you, sir?
I am Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. I represent every aspiration and hope that over 70 million people harbor all over the world. Our job is to restore Biafra in peace and not in pieces by seeking a very simple route via a UN-supervised referendum or plebiscite, as the case may be. We are here to restore our land to the way it was before the white man came. What we are doing is nothing against Nigeria per se. What we are trying to say is Nigeria as presently constituted is not working, and we are doing all we can to try to raise the levels of human development, of our understanding, education, health sector, the economy, and all the rest of it. If we continue to remain in Nigeria, not just are we going to suffer, but the whole continent of Africa is going to suffer as a result, as a consequence of the ineptitude, the corruption, the backwardness, the retrogressive mindset of the people who are presently in charge of that very place. Initially, most people tend to see us as not being Pan-African enough. I am a Pan-Africanist. I believe in the unity of the African states. My preference will be for Africa to have one nation, one government, one people, even one language if it is possible. I am a subscriber to the very fine influence of Kiswahili amongst the people of East Africa. And I wouldn't mind if that were to be the lingua franca for sub-Saharan Africa. I don't mind at all. But we must face reality and we must face facts. We as Africans are tribal by nature. We are ethnic by nature. That is why every Christmas, every Easter, every celebration that we have, we go back to where we come from. We go to our villages. We go to our town. That is who we are, and we're not going to deny that. What we are trying to do is to reassert who we are before the white man came and destroyed every vestige of honor and dignity that we once had. And in Biafra, we are going to restore that. And from Biafra, the rest of Black Africa will also be free. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for explaining the position of Pan-Africanism. Because critics talk about, as much as we are Pan-African station, we always talk about Pan-African unity. But I've argued my case before the AU and said, you cannot talk of Pan-African unity. One part of Africa is bleeding. How that cannot be? In Nigeria, there's one party bleeding. In Gabon, Cameroon, there's one party bleeding. We can't talk about Pan-African and leave people who are bleeding. I am happy that you have touched the word Pan-Africanism. Many Africans, including your former leaders, have said Nigeria needs rearrangement. I picked something from you. I want to see this rearrangement. What is this? Babangida. Former President Babangida said Nigeria needs a rearrangement. Because it can't work anymore. The marriage cannot work. It is true that the marriage cannot work. It is true that the people, the Igbo, are discriminated. When they go to Abuja, they are told go home. Where yet the home is Nigeria. Abuja is Nigeria. I've done investigative work undercover and I've discovered all these things I'm not being told by you. But I've been with my Nigerian people who have actually ended up being discriminated in their own country. So given this scenario, I want to find out from you, from what perspective do you think Africa should come in, the whole of Africa should come in to bring the plight of the Biafran people, the indigenous people, whom you have been fighting for? How do we come in as Pan-Africans?
How you can come in is by doing what very courageous leaders in Africa did in relation to the case of South Sudan. Because in the case of Nigeria, the center can no longer hold. Everyone knows, the whole world is aware of the fact that we are ideologically, psychologically, culturally, religiously, and socially diverse. There is no meeting point. It's a very good thing that you talked about East Africa, for instance. In East Africa, there is some semblance of cohesion because Kiswahili is the lingua franca. Perhaps somebody from Uganda may understand somebody, or should I say some people from Tanzania. Some Tanzanians may be able to understand somebody, let's say, from Rwanda, because they speak the same language, they have the same understanding. So that is a basis for building something called a national cohesion. In the case of Nigeria, that is conspicuously absent. It doesn't exist. Now, the fact of the matter is this. Africa, the way it is presently set up and constituted, are merely colonial constructs, where you have people coexisting happily together. Perhaps they are very fortunate. In the case of West Africa and Nigeria in particular, I have nothing, and I repeat, nothing in common with your average Fulani person. I have more things in common with even a white British person than I do with a Fulani person. I mean, we have nothing in common. Their value system is markedly different from ours. We cannot see eye to eye. I give a very simple example. The recent case of the banning of the movement of cattle on foot in the southern part of Nigeria, for instance. In the north, that is a normal thing for them to have. But in the south, it is absolutely strange having people walking around your neighborhood with AK-47. At the slightest provocation, they kill people. That type of culture is alien to those of us from the south. And that's what we are trying to say. And it's a very good thing that we are not alone in seeking for a distinct, or should I say separate identity. Our Oduduwa, our Yoruba brothers are also asking for the same thing. Because they too have come to the realization that this Nigeria is unworkable. The Middle Belt is doing the same thing. It is not born out of hatred for anybody. That is the mistake that people keep making all the time. Most analysts and, should I say, news journalists tend to think that somehow we hate Nigeria. Of course, that is not the case. What we deplore, what we detest and cannot live with is the level of hypocrisy, the level of ethnic jingoism going on, being, of course, perpetrated by the Fulani people. And this is what I want all Pan-Africans to be able to see. that Biafra will be there piloting and moving the affairs of the whole of Africa forward. Because we have said it repeatedly, without Biafra standing on its own, the rest of Africa will continue to suffer and to flounder. And for us to be able to get to where we are supposed to be to, there has to be a very comprehensive and holistic rearrangement of the present state of Nigeria. You are well aware. I ask you to go and read at the comments and statements coming from Katina Lang, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, for the every international norm and diplomatic protocol. That's what's happening in Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't exist as a country. It's not a nation. It's not a state. Nigeria is just a merely business enterprise. That everyone with a vested interest in Nigeria, by which I mean most European countries with their companies in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria, all they want to do is to exploit and to take away without adding anything in. Ogoni hasn't been cleaned up. People are dying in River State, right across from Iguacha and then the coastal region. Everywhere you go, there is mayhem and disorder. In Lagos this morning, the same thing. Everywhere you go to, Nigeria is crumbling because there is a palpable agenda of the Fulani agenda with caliphate to take over the lands belonging to indigenous populations. And we have said no to that. We're not going to allow it, and we're not going to have it.
Okay. Thank you very much. You brought me to a very serious question. A question that has been nagging both the locals, Africans on the continent, and the question of external darker forces. You have just mentioned people who are running the show, the oil companies. For example, they are watching. They have never raised anything on BBC, CNN, or international agencies. We don't hear, apart from we struggling as Africans ourselves. These agencies are not helping to say there are human rights abuses in Nigeria. For example, Nigeria, the American embassy closed its consulate in Abuja because of the huge numbers of people applying for asylum to go to the United States. But American embassy did not go far, and the American government did not go far to condemn and put sanctions on Buhari for failing to contain the malaise that has killed Nigeria. Two, if you look at the Total Oil, Shell BP, they have taken part in extraction of minerals, oil, and so on and so forth. They are doing it when they are seeing human rights abuses in the southeast of Nigeria. What do you say about that?
It is because we allowed them to. Total is an oil company, it's a private concern. Of course, it's a huge corporation, we know that. The same goes for Shell, for BP, for Halliburton, for ExxonMobil and all the rest of them. They operate the way they like in Africa because we've allowed them to. I was in Texas a few months ago. Most of these oil companies are there. But the type of environmental degradation and damage that we're witnessing in Biafra land do not obtain in Texas because there they have laws governing their operation, how they exploit, how they, extract and distribute this very vital natural resource. But because Nigeria, I think it's a cliche that Nigeria is corrupt. What people don't understand is the depth of the damaging effect of corruption that you have. And I'll give a very simple example. We cannot expect white people to have regard for us when we do not have regard for ourselves. That can never ever happen. Do you know that in Nigeria they import fuel? Are you aware that Nigeria imports petrol?
Yes, I've seen the queue. I've seen the queue at the petrol station, yes.
Do you know that Nigeria imports kerosene? Oh. They have 5 viable state-of-the-art refineries. Not one of them is functioning, not one single one. When white people are operating in such an environment, seeing how foolish and how stupid the entire country is in terms of their priorities, how do you then expect them to have respect for you or have regard for you? They can go into our land, they can pollute it. Katrina Lang, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, can be running the show, or she likes, because there seems to be a recognition that these people do not reason like human beings. That is the fact. That is the fact. Tell me what an ambassador will be doing, crisscrossing the entire nation, telling them how to run their security architecture, telling them who to kill and who to spare. Our lawyer had the mom killed 2 days ago. Barrister Okorafor, the mother was assassinated only 2 days ago, all because he was exposing what the army is doing to innocent people. That tells you all you need to know about Nigeria. Nigeria is an albatross around the neck of Africa. Nigeria is the only country in Africa actually dragging Black Africa backwards because of their ineptitude, because of their criminal mindset, and because of the drive of the Fulani to dip the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. That is the problem. There is nothing wrong with Islam, don't get me wrong. There are some very wrong interpretations of the religion of Muhammad that the Fulanis are using as a driving factor in their push to take over the land belonging to the indigenous people all across Nigeria. They've done the same thing to a relative extent in the Middle Belt. They took a chunk of Yoruba land in Ilorin, where they have an emirate today. The same thing they're trying to do in our land, and we said no to it. And the whole world is there. The US mission is in Nigeria. The UK is in Nigeria. EU is in Nigeria. The UN is in Nigeria. And there is wholesale murder and slaughter of people going on in Biafra as I speak to you right now. This very minute. The same people, they claim they know where Boko Haram is from where they launched the attack. The same country is openly supporting ISIS in West Africa. Go to the newspaper pages yesterday, you will see it there. Nigeria government actually supporting ISIS to take over the terror franchise from Boko Haram. They are not hiding it anymore. There's a terrorist who is there as a minister. Now tell me which country in the world will allow a terror sympathizer to be a minister of state only in Nigeria. How can such a country be allowed to exist? Because of what some corrupt people are gaining in America. Because of what some corrupt individuals are gaining from Europe. Because of the corrupt tendencies of Katrina Lang, who is the UK High Commissioner to Nigeria. That is what is happening to us. And because we have no reason not to challenge this very orthodoxy of repression and oppression, that is why that woman keeps gallivanting all over the place, deciding who should live and who should be killed. It is not the fault of Total, not the fault of Shell, not the fault of Mobile. We allowed them, we created the environment to allow them to be so corrupt that now they're controlling our lives. And that is what Biafra will be to an end. I did not say that Biafra will stop the business of Total. I never said I will not do business with Shell. No, not at all. But it has to be business between two human beings, not a set of human beings and one set of animals. Thank you very much for that question. Let me come back to the question of referendum. You parted ways, and most of us have parted ways with Buhari about the referendum. The people of Biafra have said, and the entire Nigeria, not only Biafra, most people that I meet or whom I've met, including Obasanjo, several times I've confronted Obasanjo. By the way, me and Obasanjo, we can't sit on the table for 2 minutes without exchanging tables because I can't manage. I have asked, and Obasanjo asked, why don't you give a referendum? The marriage is broken. The marriage is gone. The marriage is not worth it. Do you think the referendum issue now can help to stabilize Nigeria? And if so, when and how can African Union, the Commonwealth, the European Union, and the UN can help to make sure that this referendum is put in place? The only way to go is a referendum, because I am a Democrat at heart. I believe that the democratic will of the people must be expressed at all times, and that is the basic governing principle of any viable society. I am an advocate of referendum, and the sooner they conduct it, the better. It's been muted in the past through their so-called rejigging of their constitution, through their so-called sovereign national conference, which has been coming on and off from time to time. Any new arrangement that seeks to keep Nigeria together as one must be subject to the will of the people. So either way, a referendum is going to come anyway. It may be delayed, but it is ultimately going to come. Now, one thing you must understand is this. There are very corrupt countries around the world. Maybe on the surface of it, they are not corrupt. But they have very corrupt operators that will prefer Nigeria to remain in the very hopeless state that it is in at the moment. Nigeria is in a very hopeless state. A lot of people are making money by virtue of the corrupt nature of Nigeria. Do you know that Shell BP can sell 1 million barrels of crude oil in a day and only report that they only sold 100? Do you know there is no meter? Where the crude oil is being loaded onto the tankers at the terminal in Biafra land where I come from, there is no meter. You can take as much as you like and declare whatever you like. These interests want to keep Nigeria one. Every ambassador to Nigeria gets a welcome handshake of $1 million. Once you're posted to Nigeria from a well-to-do country, so to speak, the ambassador is bribed immediately there and then. That is how you start your work. You will not believe what I'm about to tell you. Do you know that the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria organized, or should I say convinced the Biden administration to allow the U.S. military to come for an exercise in the Gulf of Guinea in order to checkmate Biafra and Ambazonia, freedom fighters? The same people did not go to the north, where they have Boko Haram, where they have ISIS, where they have Ansaru, where they have Fulani headsmen terrorists. People tormenting, killing, raping, kidnapping, and pillaging on every blessed day they do this. Do you know that it is not the recommendation of the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria that U.S. must commit their troops to the north? But they are in the Gulf of Guinea, exercising, saying that we are there to fight crime both on land and on sea. But there is no crime going on. The places where the crimes are going on are all in the Sharia north. And I want to bring you back to this idea of referendum once again. Do you know that the northerners, the Fulani people, they agitated for Sharia in the 12 northern Fulani-controlled states of Nigeria, excluding Middle Belt? Do you know that your good friend, as you are saying, Obasanjo, get it to them?
It's not my
referendum. They're your good friend because I hate him more than you do.
Okay.
The man is a joke. Let me tell you this. Do you know that the Fulanis campaigned, including Buhari, of course, the late one who is in Saudi Arabia somewhere in a shallow grave? Do you know that these people campaigned for Sharia to be introduced in Fulani-controlled northern states? I think about 12 or 13 states. There was no hoo-ha. Nobody opposed them. In other words, the Fulanis themselves have divided Nigeria into two by virtue of their insistence on having Sharia. That is why today the Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer. Not a secular lawyer, not a secular judge, a Sharia court judge elevated to the position of the Chief Justice of a secular federation. Now you tell me.
Your Excellency, Nnamdi Kanu, is this the man, the Chief Justice, who said his papers were eaten by termites?
That's correct, yes. It's him.
Oh my God.
That's the type of
yes, continue.
It's him. He is a Sharia court. He's an alikali in a Sharia court. But today, he is the Chief Justice of a secular state practicing common law. How do you expect us to accept such nonsense? Who in their right mind will live under such condition? Who in their right mind will? That is what we want Africans to understand. It's not that we hate anybody. We are Pan-Africanists. I want one Africa. I want one united Africa. But an Africa found on the basis of justice, fairness, equity, and progress. Not one found on retrogression, on backwardness, on corruption, on stealing, and on looting. That tells you all you need to know about Nigeria. Can you tell me why they're deploying troops to Biafra at the moment? Killing people every blessed day. The same people drafting or asking their troops to be deployed to Biafra land, they know where Boko Haram are. They know where to find ISIS. in the north, but they will not go and confront them. It's only to come to the east to kill people because we are peaceful. Such injustice we are no longer prepared to tolerate. And that is why, referendum or no referendum, we are going. We are going. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Nnamdi Kanu. Let me bring you back to 1966. Several constitutions had been negotiated, but none addressed the fundamental question of social justice differences, political tensions, economic marginalization, competition, ethnic imbalances. In all this, from 1966, several constitutions have been brought. People started fighting. In 67, the war ended. Since then, military took power. Obasanjo, Babangida, another one who died, and another one, several of them. The changes, nobody has been mentioning what ails Nigeria. At the center of it, it looks like you are mentioning it now. I can see, any observer on Nigeria can see your plight, just as we can see the plight of many African countries. When you talk of 13 states having Sharia law, a chief justice who says his papers were eaten by termites becomes the chief justice based on Sharia law and using common law. Now, should the changes be made and should the adjustment be made, is there any hope that Nigeria remains alone? This is a question from a very senior head of state in Africa. He has asked me just now, I should put it to you. It's from southern part of Africa. Can Nigeria remain together in case these are addressed? Yes, sir.
It is up to the people of Nigeria to decide if they want to be together or not. During a referendum or a plebiscite, I'm only entitled to just one vote. Only one vote. It is now left for the people to decide what to do. That is why we said to Nigeria, we don't want to break away unilaterally. We want it to be done with the consent of the people. And during the early life of this APC terrorist regime in Nigeria, they did actually mute the idea. They discussed it among themselves that whatever new arrangement is being proposed must be subject to the will of the people. I will say to that question, let the people decide. Anything they decide, I'll go with it. Anything that people come together to decide, this is what we want to do, I will submit myself to because I am a Democrat. What I'm trying to say is that the present condition of Nigeria is no longer tenable. It is no longer tenable. It cannot be tolerated any longer. And that's why we're doing what we can legally and legitimately to bring it to an end.
Okay. Let's come to African Union. President Uhuru Kenyatta is the chairperson of Africa, or Kenya is the chairperson of African Union Peace Security Council. He is the chairperson of all peace and security arrangement in Africa. He is also a member of United Nations Security Council, representing Sub-Saharan Africa. He has huge numbers of Nigerians seeking asylum every day in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. What do you want him to hear? What do you want him to hear now? What message do you give to them, to the AU, that the situation is not as they think, so that people can wake up and help you?
What I want President Uhuru Kenyatta to understand is this. contrary to all the fallacious lies and misinformation coming from Nigeria, we are not against African unity. We want Africa to prosper. And what is happening from what you said, what they're experiencing now in Kenya and in other East African countries in terms of the huge numbers of people seeking refugee status and asylum is indicative of the decay and the death that Nigeria is going through at the moment. And unless they step in now to do the right thing, believe you me, they will get millions upon millions of people asking for asylum in their countries in no distant future. Let it not be said that the disintegration of Nigeria will somehow bring an end to Africa's cohesion and unity. It is a lie. It's a lie. It will strengthen it. Nigeria is the country dragging Africa backwards, being purportedly the most populous nation, black nation in the world, with vast reserves of oil and gas in my land in Biafra. A lot has been expected of Nigeria over the years, but each time they have failed. If you go to a place like Rwanda that I'm sure you have been to, if you go to Kigali and see what Paul Kagame has been able to do with meager resources that they have, I am sure the same transformation is taking place all across Ethiopia, taking place all across Kenya. You can see viability of economic life and prospect. None of that exists in Nigeria. They only sell crude oil and they import everything, including refined petrol as well. What I want African leaders to understand today is this, that Nigeria is the problem of Africa. If you terminate Nigeria, it's like a cancer growing somewhere on the body of Africa. Once you get rid of Nigeria, believe you me, Africa will spring to life. Let them not be deceived. Don't allow yourselves to be deceived to think that we need this huge country with huge population and vast natural resources to be relevant in the world, on the world stage. That is a lie. Because the size of Nigeria, the way it is today, was predetermined by our colonial masters. Britain said, we want to use Nigeria to influence every other country in Africa. That was their game plan. Britain wanted to control Africa through Nigeria. It's there in the official documents. And I'm saying to Africans today, don't allow that to happen. As you say, the level of Fulani mediocrity in Nigeria has made it almost impossible. The best way for us to go is for Africans to understand that Nigeria is a tumor, a cancerous tumor, very dangerous one. Cut it out and Africa will be free.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want you to take a slow pace now. I want to come to ask a question that has happened to me also. We seem to be swimming in the same field. That's why you see we are the same. The loss of your parents, you did not attend. I also did not attend. The death of my father, I have never buried him. I am in the same category like you. I want us to go slow and say, you were not allowed to attend to bury your parents. How did you handle this? I know I am slightly older than you in years. I have handled.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
Are you sure?
I'm 65.
My goodness, you look very young.
Yes, I'm 65. And
that's very good.
I have, when I lost my parents, I was also in exile in Britain, and I could not bury them. How did you yourself handle this matter, and how do you encourage others? There are millions of refugees on the African continent, in South Sudan. Some of them don't know where their parents are. But the people have gone to make political leadership, but they have forgotten accountability. That's why South Sudan peace process is collapsing, because there's no accountability. So how did you handle that? And did it encourage you and give you resolve to keep pushing for a better Nigeria or a better Biafra? Please.
It keeps me pushing for a better society for everybody. Everybody, not just within Biafra or within the wider Nigeria, but across Africa as a whole. Because what concerns one black person actually should concern another black person as well. I put my parents' murder by the Nigerian state into context. The only thing that matters to me is the freedom for Biafra, of which I am prepared to pay whatever price that God requires of me to pay in order to ensure that Biafrans are set free. That was how I managed to, should I say, compartmentalize that very grief at that moment in time. And I might also add that my mother-in-law is dead as a result of the same thing. 2 days ago, one of our lead attorneys, they actually threw a hand grenade into the mother's car and killed her and burnt her body only 2 days ago. I see these things as necessary sacrifice that we must go through in order to restore Biafra, that is essentially the kingdom of God upon the face of this very earth. For that, we are prepared to pay whatever price that we are called upon to pay to ensure that the people of Biafra and every other ethnic group being oppressed in Nigeria and wider Africa is set free. That's my mindset. And that was how I dealt with it. As horrible as it was, that I couldn't attend as the first child and as the first son, my father's burial, my mother's burial, but I see them as being very essential sacrifices that one has to make in order to ensure that his people are set free.
Thank you very much. I am also the first son, so maybe that's why I started fighting for the Biafran people. Let me come back, take you back to the question of Boko Haram.
Yes.
You mentioned one point which is very clear. Security agencies across Africa would like to know what ails. Why is Buhari? By the way, is Buhari, or we have a problem here? Because the human being should understand that people are dying. The army, Nigeria has a huge army. Is the army a coward? Are they cowards? Do they protect who? Are they protecting the territory of Nigeria? How does the army allow people to come and kidnap citizens, take them, then in piecemeal release them 2, 3, 4 back? Who are these? Is it an internal collaboration between the army, Buhari, and his generals? Who is commanding this army? Surely the army that cannot even rescue 5 students from girls who have been abducted. What type of army is this? Is there a bigger thing than Boko Haram? I have been requested by another reader from Tanzania to say, why is this Boko Haram menace never cleared? Why is Nigeria not asking for external help to come in to help them? Is it because they want it themselves? Please shed some light to our viewers.
I want Africans to understand one fact today. The entire terror architecture in Nigeria is hinged on the political aspirations and hegemonic tendencies of only one tribe, the Fulani. We have no issues with the Hausa, the Bachama people, and all the rest of them. It is the Fulani. And this game plan has been in existence for a very, very long time, nearly 200 years ago. And they must execute it. I want Africans to understand that only the Fulani tribe alone financed and sponsored almost 6 terror groups exclusively by themselves. Before Buhari came into power in 2015, he said, at the height of the insurgency, an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. I will leave that to one side. I want your viewers to understand something today, which previously maybe they may not have been aware of. Do you know that Boko Haram nominated Buhari as their chief negotiator in 2014-2015? Are people aware of that at all? Do you know that these same people only a few years ago said that these murderers and these rapists, they are our misguided brothers? Do you know that their so-called Sheikh Gumi, who happens to be very close to the presidency, I need you to understand this very clearly, they want negotiating with the bandits. Are you aware that their recommendation is for ISIS and Boko Haram to merge together, that they can come south? I want these points to be noted by your viewers all over the world. So when you see these people, you ask them these questions. Do you also know that the leader of the dreaded ISIS in West Africa province, ISWAP, his name is Al-Banawi. Al-Banawi is the son of Yusuf Mohammed, the founder of Boko Haram. Do you know that this man was arrested around about the same time that I was in detention in 2015? Do you know that he was released without trial on the orders of the presidency of Nigeria? Do you know that the fourth largest terror group in the world, the Fulani headsmen, which the whole world knows, the fourth largest terror group in the world, they are Miyetti-Allah. Do you know that the presidential spokesman came out and said live on national television that these terrorists are legitimate stakeholders in the government, in the governance of Nigeria? Are you aware of that? Do you know that despite telling the whole world that these murderers and these killers are from the Sahel, they are not Nigerian Fulanis? Do you know they're forcing us today to give them our land so they can settle in perpetuity? Are you aware of that? Let me also shock you this morning. From the office of the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, a letter came out titled Terror Elements to Expand Frontiers of Attack. In this very letter signed on behalf of the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, of which Katona Lang and the U.S. Ambassador are both aware. Here, they mentioned the specific places where they claim the leaders of Boko Haram are hiding. Understand this. I want the world to know that this Fulani expansionism is a well-planned, orchestrated move to take over the land of indigenous people and hand it over to marauding Fulani nomads across the Sahel. A letter from the IG of Police of Nigeria. In this very letter, they mentioned the names of the places where they felt or they believed their intelligence told them that these people are hiding. They did not send Nigerian army or police there to go and confront them. Instead, they sent them to Imo State. They sent them to Abia in Biafra land and gave them an order to shoot at sight. And I want you as a journalist, I want you as a lawyer to go back and investigate through the history of Fulani-funded terrorism and insurgency in Nigeria. Try and see if there is any instance where the IG of police or the chief of army staff has ever said to the troops, shoot at sight anywhere in the north. It's never happened before. Only in Biafra, a few days ago. That is to tell you that this is a well-planned pincer movement, basically from the east and from the west, in order to try to take over the geopolitical space of Nigeria for Fulanis across the Sahel. These are the things you need to ask yourself this question. You've been talking about Boko Haram, ISIS, all these murderers all over the place. Ask yourself this question. Has any Boko Haram been convicted before of any crime in Nigeria? Ask yourself this question. Now, let me put it to you Africans and to the whole world at large on this your program today. I know that a while back, Al-Shabaab attacked a few shopping malls in Kenya. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, maybe you live in Kenya. You are now residing in Kenya. Is that correct?
Yes. Don't worry. Yes. I am here.
Now, how do you think Kenyans will feel if President Uhuru Kenyatta were to grant some kind of amnesty to Al-Shabaab to now say, Al-Shabaab, you know what? Come and become part of Kenyan army. How would you feel?
I think the Kenyans will go to the streets. The Kenyans will catch the Al-Shabaab and will roast them on the streets.
Now, let me tell you this. This is something that Africans don't know.
Yes.
Do you know that Nigerian army being sent to Biafra land today contains elements of Boko Haram and ISIS in it?
Yes.
Because they are now part and parcel.
I've seen the reports, yes.
Let me ask you this question. When people say we shouldn't fight the army or their police, how do we know who they sent to us? How can you distinguish between a terrorist in army uniform and a serving patriot in Nigerian army? That's the question I'm asking the whole world to answer. How do we know? They incorporated terrorists into their security architecture. How do we know who is who?
Okay.
How?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's just take a short break and take water, because it is hot in here, and I think wherever you are is also hot.
It is, yes.
The interview is fantastic. It has generated one of the huge numbers in the history of Pan-Africanism and this television station. So let me take some water. You take some water. We resume in 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay, sir.
On that question and the world, how do you differentiate between Boko Haram and Nigerian army?
Simple question.
When Boko Haram has been inscripted, that's better English, inscripted in Nigerian army to come and kill the people of the southeast. That is the question on the table. When we return, this is Matsanga Africa perspective. In Matsanga Africa perspective, we look for hot spots. One of the hot spots is Nigeria. Is Nigeria disintegrating? Is Nigeria fragmenting to pieces? Is there leadership in Nigeria? Is General Buhari the general we saw 10 years ago? Oh, this is a different person. How can a leader allow his people to die? How can you inscript a Boko Haram to be a minister in your own government? Oh my God. Is there something wrong? A country that we all looked at as a country, the big giant of Africa. We saw everything in Nigeria. Now it looks like what my good writer, the man who wrote The Things Fall Apart, Chinua Achebe, was right. The center cannot hold anymore. This state is going. Don't go away. Just, we are returning. This is a fantastic show from Punchline Africa Television. We are interviewing His Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra. Thank you. Conflicts exist on this continent. One of the most ranging conflicts on the continent of Africa is the question of Biafra. From 1965 or before that, the Biafrans had their own institutions. Before the colonial master arrived, they have agitated themselves, they have told the world they want fair treatment in a nation called Nigeria. Successive regimes have always trampled upon the rights of the people of Biafra, destroyed them, killed their younger men, assassinated many, deported many, excluded many, forceful deportation out of your own country. Time has come for the new generation in 2020, 2021, 2022, for people to sit down to find an everlasting solution to the conflict that is around that region. President Buhari promised us that he will finish In 100 days, the first term of office, Boko Haram will be dead. Today is finishing his second term. Boko Haram is even more vibrant than his own shoes. We have landed in very serious murky waters that the people of Nigeria don't know which direction they are going. The people of Nigeria